overboard here, but we'll make up for that with some really good readings. How's that? I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now and declare a sacred space. And now we're going to take the first call from probably the most poetic thing I've ever said being on this show, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hi, Dawn. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just sounds beautiful, you know. It just sounds like makes me just want to go. You know, I mean, I keep hearing now. Now I'm hearing Jolson singing, "Nothing can be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning." You know, so, but Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Boy, that just sounds refreshing. So, especially
Well,
when you live in a canyon like I do. So, what can I look at for you tonight, Dawn?
well, I am calling regarding a very, um, I'm calling about a person. Would you like their name?
No, it's not necessary if you don't want to.
It doesn't matter. Um,
Okay.
the person's name is Mark, and
Okay.
we have known each other for almost 5 years, albeit long distance.
Hmm.
And it's a very intense connection that appears to have gotten more intense this year after. Anyway, I just wanted to know if you could give me any enlightenment because it's complex, but it's powerful.
Okay. Um, have you had a face-to-face meeting in person yet?
No, but there is a possibility in December, but because of it being somewhat of a, um, it's like when you meet some people, they can be people that mirror you, and it could be someone that holds a mirror to you. It could
Hmm.
be someone that helps you grow and evolve, and you trigger each other, and it makes it more difficult, but all the more meaningful. And so it's not easy, but it's more meaningful, and that's what I need help with.
Well, what I've got here they're very interesting cards, but they're kind of up and down. You know, I got the Page of Cups. That's about a new relationship. That's a relationship that's I- it's in its not in its formative stages. It's completed. It's beyond that. You know, it's like it's real. It's here now. The Devil card is here. Now that's not bad. Okay, that's not one of those. You know, it's not an evil card. I know that the movies use that card about evilness. What that is that it
More
says
about
that
transformation, isn't it?
well, it's dealing with a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who's usually the center of attention, and they don't necessarily seek the center of attention. Some people just draw that. You know what I mean?
That would
The
be
the o-
me.
the only warning here is not if I mean again because there's so much mythology around devil, right? But in the tarot scheme of things, it shows two people chained to the block on which the devil in the card is sitting. And that means to be careful that you don't give over your whole life to that person, that you don't subsume your needs only in favor of that person, because these are very powerful people. They can be very profitable to be around and very gratifying in many ways. You know what I'm talking. I'm not talking about evil here. I'm talking about an overwhelming feeling that you have when you're with the person, that you can lose yourself, and you probably don't want to lose yourself. Am I right?
Absolutely. You want to enhance each other.
Yeah. So just be that's just there. So this is telling me that the relationship is here. There's a real thing between you. That this is a very compelling person. This is a person who you find is extremely attractive in many ways. That's not about looks, even, only that.
No,
Uh,
no, not at all.
there are people like there just are people like you'll hear people saying I'd walk to the ends of the earth for that person. It's like that. There are some people who have that ability with people, and they have a responsibility not to abuse that. The next card is the Moon, which is a card of intuition and unconsciousness in terms of other levels of the mind. And this is telling me that you should be very clear about your feelings. And it may speak to you in dreams also. I don't get that card very often. It's an interesting card. And by the way, I've got 5 cards
Well,
here, and 3
a
of
little
them are major
insight: we
cards.
are both enamored by the moon. Just letting
Oh,
you,
good.
just letting you know.
Okay. That's fascinating that that would come in. And then the
But I
next
also
card is
know that it's about, your hidden self as well.
mm, the next is the Lovers, the card. Now that's another card that has been ruined by movies. The Lovers card signifies not. Sometimes it's just face value. It's about romance. Mostly, it's about a choice. It's about you're going to be facing a choice in this, which is a choice between, in its bluntest terms, the card represents choice between the sacred and the profane. You're not, but it never really works out that black and white. I mean, let's face it, if there was a choice that was that easy to make, we wouldn't even be needing cards. We could do these things. But it just says that you're going to make, there's going to be a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. The only advice I can give you is the next card is the Three of Cups, which is cups again are romance. Cups are about emotions. See, this is bracketed by the Page of Cups and the Three of Cups. So the cards are responding to what you're asking, which is about romance. The Three of Cups is Ramani description of that is generally the completion of a matter in fulfillment and in plenty. Sometimes it refers to something happening because of friends through people you know. But the thing is, threes are completion. Now, what this is telling me is that you're going to be making a choice about this relationship. This is not. This isn't going to be too much help to you, except it's going to be reassuring. Let me put it that way. I see that whatever choice that you do make will be the right choice. Okay?
I don't feel it's my choice at this point.
Well, that's the part of the devil card, which is the person is overwhelming in a sense. You know what I mean? It can feel like you're compelled to do these things. And again, it doesn't mean you're being drawn into evil. You know what I mean? It's just
Oh, I know that.
and if that's what you want to do, yeah, but all I'm saying is that the Lovers card indicates a choice in the offing, and that from what I see, you're going to make the right choice. So if you're concerned about making a mistake, I'd say don't be too concerned about that. Trust your inner intuition, which is the moon, right? But right now, you've been in contact with a very, I don't want to say, you see, it's hard to find a word that I don't want to take it as a negative thing, an overwhelming person. And that's not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? It can be a glorious thing.
Well, if I
So,
could add to my query, I don't
mhm.
know if he's going to be able to open his heart enough to finally let me in
Well,
and
there you
give this
go.
a chance.
That that's what you're going to have to decide about. I'll bet. You have to make a decision about where you're going to go, and what you're willing to accept, and what you're willing to not have, or what or that you may look. You may have everything, right? But you need more experience with the person. But what I see is the choice you make is going to be okay. You're going to be, see here I've got the 10 of cups. It's a card of cups again. You see, it's a card of happiness. You whatever way this turns out, you're going to be okay. You're going to come out all right. All right. You have to figure out what you want, what you're willing to pay for it. In that sense, everything has a cost, right? uh, or it's all benefit. Whichever way you look at it, the decision that you're going to have to make is if you keep this going after you spend some time as people together. That would be, then you'll get the answer to your question. Will he be able to open up and let you in? Okay?
Okay.
But please understand that what I'm saying here, although it doesn't sound particularly helpful, I guess, is that you're not going to make the wrong choice.
Like I said, I don't feel like it's my choice at this point. He's
Well,
dealing with a lot, and
right.
a relationship that's been pretty much over for a year.
Mhm.
And it's about me permeating his heart. And
Well,
that's what I guess I wanted
I, gue- I guess
to know
the
about.
choice is whether or not you want to continue. Again, I
I
just shuffle
don't
them up
care to
real
do
quick.
it with anybody else.
Well, I have the Ace of Cups here. Again, you're getting cup cards, so the cards are responding. This tells me that you have a big heart, and the Temperance card is here. So what you're looking for is the balance. Temperance is about balance. Right now, you feel that the relationship is not quite balanced. Am I correct?
It ebbs and flows. It's like I said, we takes like 3 steps forward, 1 step back. you know.
Well, you're working through all that. These long distance things can be very difficult, right? This is that's that's part of the price we pay for the modern communications. But I do see. Let me put it this way: I see nothing but happiness in your future. I see the sun. I see the Ten of Cups. I see all kinds of happy stuff here. Balance, which is the Temperance card. So that's what's telling me is that you will be able to allow this to develop and see where it goes, and you will make the right decision for you.
I know I will, but I don't know if he will.
Well, that would be his concern at that point, wouldn't it? See, let me put it this way. I have another card here that's telling me this. You're at a point of change right now.
Hmm.
This card indicates that one part of your life may be coming to an end and another part is beginning.
Hope so.
And yeah, well, the question then is this going to be with this person or without?
Right.
And you have conflicting feelings. I have the Chariot here. That's a person who's holding two conflicting feelings on course and try to get it moving. But I have faith that you can get it done and do what's best for you. Here I got it again, the Ten of Cups. The cards are still saying that this is what's going on, but there is happiness in your future. You will make the right decision. Okay?
So nothing showing how he truly feels about me.
All I'm seeing now is you.
Oh, thank you. Definitely.
Okay, so just hang in there and see what develops and see how you feel and see where it's going. Um, the only thing I see about him is, as I said, you're dealing with a powerful, attractive person who can do a lot with you and for you. And the question is, how far will that go, right? That's really the question with all relationships. But you happen to have be involved with somebody who is extra special that way. You know what I mean? So see where it goes. I'm getting the same cards over and over again now, and this is odd because there's a lot of cards in the deck, and now I've got the Lovers again. That's the card of making a choice. So when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Okay, I wish I could be more specific, but at least I don't see your life going down the drain. You know what I mean? I see good things coming your way. All right?
I hope so. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for your time and energy.
good luck to you. Bye bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We look through the magical window of the tarot cards. There I am shuffling them up. And we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern Time on the Ask One Radio Network. You can check out Magic, MAGICK works.com to see 106 pages of the things that I do. My new popular post there, if you look at the alchemy post, I've got oh man, talk about it. See, magic is practical. I know magic is not this woo-woo kind of thing in the sky. And so you look at my page on alchemy and you'll see what I mean because I include very practical things there. One of the practical things is there was an article recently in the paper on how very expensive pasta sauce is in a jar now. Jarred spaghetti sauce can run $9, $10. I show you how to make your own for under $1. You could find that at the alchemy page. Under $1, and you won't know the difference between that and store bought or homemade for that matter, because it will be homemade. Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi,
Hi, sorry
I'm
to be
glad I
abrupt.
got on tonight.
How are you doing tonight, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Yeah. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little chatty today, though, for some reason. I guess,
Oh, that's
like,
all right.
I guess that's pretty good if it's radio, right? So, what can I look at for you? What can we look at tonight?
Oh, it just seems like everything in my life is kind of all up in the air, and I could sure use some guidance. So maybe just a general reading.
Okay. Well, let's see. First of all, this might be helpful to you. Is the Seven of Rods. That is a person who is capable of sweeping away all opposition and dealing with all problems. So you're very good at that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good to know. The Nine of Coins is here. Now, this is a person who is comfortable being alone. It doesn't mean that you're lonely. It doesn't mean that you're a hermit. It just means that you don't have to be around people all the time. That you're at peace with yourself. That's good. The High Priestess card is here. That is a person who has depths that see behind what's the veil. You see depths that lead to the more important things in life, and it's almost a mystical quality. So that's very good too. What I'm getting good stuff here from you.
Good.
Now I have the Ace of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune, and then are you looking for new work?
No, I hope to retire in a couple of years, but
Okay, well hey, that's the
I'm
best job there is, right? It's-
I'm looking for a little more financial stability, security.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I was asking because the Ace of Coins is about a new stream of money coming in,
Oh,
and the
great.
Knight of Coins is no. Well, before that though, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which says that the conditions now are going to change in your life, and that's followed by the Knight of Coins. See, that's why I asked about money, and when I see money like that coming in, it usually means looking for new work. The Knight of Coins, it also means a new income stream is coming in. Now, the next
Hmm.
card, you mentioned retirement, and that's fascinating because the next card is the death card, which doesn't mean dying. That's too many movies have ruined that card. That means
Right.
the end
Yeah.
of the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another. So that's what you're planning for is the new period in your life. And the Ten of Cups is here, which is a card of great happiness and joy, and that tells me that you're going to be very well prepared for that. So
Good.
the main concern I'm seeing with this new phase of your life that you're going to be entering is financial.
Hmm.
And I do see that you're going to come up with some other ways of making money, of getting more in
Oh,
terms of having more income. The strength card is here too, so you're very determined and a person who has strength. Oh, and here's the Six of Rods. That's about success and triumph. This is very happy reading. It's telling me that financially you're going to get what you want.
wow.
And as this new
And
period of yeah, as this new period of your life commences, you will be prepared for it and you'll do well.
mhm.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it sure does.
Good.
It just gives
So,
me a little boost of confidence and um, kind of eases things a bit.
well, that's one of the important things that these cards do is that it can show you whether you're on the right track or not. But according to this, you see that when you mentioned retiring, and that's I'd already had the card, the death card, about one phase of life ending and another one beginning. Now, the reason, of course, that the cards don't really go into predicting death is because that's always there in our future. The further
Hmm.
away, the
Yeah.
better, usually, uh,
Yeah.
but I've been reading for years and years and years, and only one time did I ever see anything that looked remotely like imminent disastrous death, and that's
Hmm.
that was just once, but it turned out that it was about somebody else. This why I didn't want to talk to the person on the air about that. I said the cards. I got to talk to you privately about this, and it turned out that it involved a child who was murdered. But
Oh,
generally, but that's for all the other cards that were around it. Generally, in this case, it's perfectly it fits perfectly with what you said, that you're going to retire, and
yeah.
that's a wonderful new phase in life. And there you go.
Hmm.
And the money is what's on your mind about this, but happiness is there too.
Yeah.
So
Could the
I
death
think you
card also be like the end of a marriage as well? There's issues
well,
there.
it it's the end of one phase. If you were specifically asking me about a marriage, there are other cards that directly relate to relationships and things like that. But overall,
Yeah.
it really just means that the end of one period of life and the beginning of another.
Right. Yeah.
So it's possible, but did you want to look at a relationship specifically?
Yeah, maybe a couple cards on that. That'd be great.
Okay. Because according to this, you're going to do fine. You're going to cause that change that you want. That's going to lead to more money coming in, and you'll be
Hmm.
prepared and happy. Okay, here we go. Not happy stuff here though. This is the Nine
Oh,
of Swords is a card of great pain and sorrow.
yeah.
Has there been pain and sorrow in the marriage?
For many years already. Yes.
Okay, 'cause that is easily the saddest card in the deck. The
Yeah.
next is the
But,
Judgment. The Judgment card is about rebirth, and the Death card is there next. You see, you asked me about that, and here it is. So yeah,
yeah.
it could mean that this is coming to an end.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it is too.
and here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things changing.
Hmm.
After the Wheel of Fortune is the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and contentedness. So wow, this is pretty heavy duty. I'm surprised that you asked me if the Death card could mean that, and there's that card. It's
Yeah.
right next to it's next to the Judgment card too. So as this happens, it's going to lead to a rebirth for you also, and a new phase in life for
Hmm.
you.
That's right. Where I'm going to be get my joy back and peace. And not that I don't have that now. I have wonderful family and friends.
Oh, sure, I
I'm in.
understand.
Yeah.
The Nine of Swords is about sorrow and sadness, and you don't want to continue with
Hmm.
that. Why not? Why
No.
should you, right? I mean, there's times when we have to suffer through something, and there's other times when we do what we have to not. And it's
Hmm.
and it looks to me like the Judgment card means you're going to blow that horn and be reborn, and the Death card means that the new phase of life begins. The Wheel of Fortune means that the situation is going to change, and the Four of Rods is about happiness. So that's pretty
Yeah.
good. So
It is.
you got three major cards in there too. So it's about an important issue in your life.
Yeah.
Things are going to be good for you.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
My pleasure.
Hmm.
Call again some other time.
I sure will.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Bye bye now.
Thank you. Yep. Bye bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, that's fascinating. This is what I mean. But some people believe the tarot cards are alive, alive, literally alive. So the question is, could that card also refer to the marriage? And then I read about the marriage, and there's that card. You know, Unreal, huh? I've been doing this for 10,000 years. It feels sometimes, but I never take these cards for granted. Deborah in Delaware is next. Hi, Deborah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Great. What can I look at for you?
Well, I want to take a look at finances.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Well, the first card I've got is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of joy and enjoyment and satisfaction and happiness, followed by the Ace of Coins, which is a new source of money coming in. That's a good one, for finances. The Wheel of Fortune. I get that a lot today. That the situation, whatever situation you're in now, is going to be changing. Oh, the Six of
Right.
Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of philanthropy. The Six of Coins is a card about getting money, about somebody laying some cash on you here. Now, that could be a gift or it could be work. There's money coming your way there. And the more important card to
Yeah,
me is
I'm
the Ace.
selling some properties.
Oh boy, there you go. You're going to do all right with that, according to this. My favorite card here, though, is the Ace of Swords, because the Ace of Swords is about your mind is expanding, your mind is growing, you're changing the way you think and see the world. Am I correct?
100%, Elliot. I have to.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
there it is. You're doing
Absolutely.
really, and you're doing really well with that, according to this, and that's going to give you the things that you want. Uh,
It's
let's see. Yep,
beautiful.
that's the Knight of Coins is here. The Two of Coins. Here's the Seven of Coins. All these coins. Yeah, money, right? It's coming. The
Yes.
money's coming.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're surrounded. You're
I'm
surrounded by
auctioning
money.
off.
You're surrounded by money cards. So yeah, you're gonna do all right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I'm auctioning off some properties and just really trying to restructure my finances. And yeah, it's been a learning experience. So yeah, my whole outlook has changed.
Well, here's the Page of
Even
Coins again.
hmm?
Here's the Page of Coins. That's the beginning of the actual appearance of money. So it's not like the Knight of Coins is theoretical. The page means it's here. So yeah, you're going to do all right money wise. And
Okay,
I get here.
great.
I
Now
shuffled up the cards, and here it is again: the Ace of Swords and the Six of Coins.
that's
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's money coming your way.
yeah, thank God. Let me ask you now because the ex-husband is coming home from jail. I really don't want him here with me,
Hmm.
but he has no place else to go. How is that going to work out for me, Elliot?
Well, if you don't want that, is there anything you can do? Is there any legal actions you can take?
Oh yeah, yeah, I will. It's just
Okay.
I'm just going to help him get on his feet and everything like that, and yeah, and then get senior citizen housing.
Well, you see, I've got the Two of Swords, which is about kind of like a situation that isn't going anywhere. It's like a stalemate situation. So be careful that it doesn't become something sticky, that you get stuck in.
Okay.
That's it. Other than that, I mean, the cards I see looking into ahead for you, Four of Rods. I keep getting that today. It's happy. It's happy home, especially, and the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. Um, oh, do I have to tell you this again? The Six of Coins. It's the third time it's shown up when I shuffle the cards for you. That is the card that you take a look at it. Son. It shows a person handing out money. I mean, this is, yeah. There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to do well with the sales, according to this. But with the situation you're
Great.
talking about, it's like just a warning to just be careful that it doesn't become a situation you're stuck in.
Yeah, I've been stuck for 36 years, and I just want
Well,
to be free. But I'm going to push him to. He's at the age where he can get senior citizen housing, his Social Security. So that's what I'm going to push him toward for
okay.
sure.
Well, I
I
certainly
did
hope
my
he's
time.
I certainly hope he's doing better. I mean, obviously he's had a terrible experience, but and so have you. I just
Yes.
I, I'll tell you what I'm going to do after the show. I'll light a white candle to send positive energy for both you and him. Okay.
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And you know something? That Ace of Swords is very important because your mind is changing and growing and expanding, and it's the beginning of new thoughts and ideas. And that's a very difficult time for a lot of people. I joke about you can always tell when you're growing as a person because you lose all your friends, you know. So
Absolutely, and I'm fine with that.
so yeah, that's the main thing. So hang in there, okay?
Okay.
But
Thank you, Elliot.
you'll be
Thank
doing
you so
fine.
much.
One last card here
Okay.
again,
Thank you.
the Ace of Coins. That's the appearance of money. See, money's all around you. I should get to know you, right?
Oh, that's you. Yeah.
Thanks for calling. I got to
Thank you,
run.
Elliot. Have a
I'm
good
at the end.
evening. Okay,
Thank.
thank you.
Bye
Okay,
bye now.
okay, bye-bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Wow, interesting calls tonight, huh? That's really something. So remember now, I gave you that long talk about a couple of books that will be really good in terms of mind expanding, which would be Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. And You Can Live Forever is the subtitle of the book. It's called There Is No Death. You Can Live Forever. So those are philosophical and practical books at the same time. And I hope you maybe find something else that would be of help. We like to say at mojoacademy.org, there is a book here that will change your life. And they're not all books that I've written. There's a lot of them are books that were forgotten, neglected, or as Edgar Allan Poe once referred to them as quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore. And you can do that at mojoacademy.org. Magic-works.com, magick-works.com is my website with 106 pages of all kinds of information and free stuff and things to do and all of that. So I am going to bid farewell now and remind you once again that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, well, that's your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Tea with Marie, with Antoinette Marie. Antoinette Marie. Live from AntoinetteMarie.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Tea with Marie
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my show, Soul Tea with Marie. I'm so happy for you to join me, and I have a fantastic special guest tonight that I cannot wait to get to. But first, I just want to do my little intro, which is if you want to reach me, you can go to AntoinetteMarie.net. I do readings, I do oracle readings, tarot readings, and I am a medium and intuitive psychic. You can also find me on Instagram, Soul Tea for Marie, and Facebook as well. I don't know if I'm missing anything or not, but I'm just so ecstatic to welcome my guest that if I miss something, I miss something. So my guest she is Angela Teal, and she is a starseed. Now, all of us are technically starseeds, but she's a little bit different. She definitely is not from Earth. Like some of us are from Lemuria, Atlantis, or the solar system, or in this vicinity of Earth. We've come from here. She has not. She also is a walk-in. If you don't know what a walk-in is when your soul, you're born into a baby, obviously, and then you grow up. And at some point, usually if you've been through extreme trauma, you will ask to be relieved of your duty of being here on earth, basically. And a walk-in will come in and take over the rest of the way. It's rare. It doesn't usually happen. Usually we don't have that option. We pray or ask the universe or our higher self we want to be done, and usually we're not done. We have to remain here. But she is a walk-in. So here she is, Miss Angela Teal, to talk about her experience in her life with us. How are you?
Hello, hello. I'm so excited to be here. This is one of those super awesome synchronistic things. And when you invited me to be part of this podcast, I was just ecstatic. So I'm very happy to be here and ready to dive into this.
Awesome. And I'm just going to ask you a bunch of questions. I know a lot of this is personal, so if you find there's something that you don't want to talk about, just let me know and we can move on from that. So,
I'm an open book, so
okay.
I don't. There's nothing off limits for me. We can talk about anything.
Perfect. So, let's start with being a star seed, or did you not realize that until the walk-in happened?
I knew that I was a starseed a few years ago. That was very apparent to me. I started my metaphysical journey in 2014 when I went to a past life regression class, a meditation class. That was my very first tiptoe into the metaphysical world. So that started when I got my first glimpse of my past life. That just opened the door for me. So it was a chakra class, then a pendulum class, and then a tarot class. Like I just started soaking up all of this information, any information that I could get. And then it was also, I've always followed astrology just because. And that helped me realize how much the planets have to offer us. And I don't remember the book that I got or if it was an article or something, but the very first time I heard starseed, I was like, wow, how interesting. I think it was a book that somebody had let me borrow, and I just kind of started just sifting through it, and it hit me. I was like, oh my goodness, like I know that I'm not from here. Like it just felt like home. And when we had our meeting the other day, I've always felt homesick. I have never once ever felt like this was my home. So I've known for a few years. Yeah.
Do you think that you were visited in your younger years?
Yes, I do. I remember some instances as a young child seeing things in my room at nighttime. And when I went to my mom about it as a young child, I grew up in Catholicism. So I grew up Catholic. And what I was told by my mom and also an aunt that I was very close to, that it was angels visiting me. So so that automatically made me feel not as afraid. I was a very fearful child. I always moved my hands. I was constantly, it was almost like I was trying to get a feel for what this planet was like looking back, like it was almost a nervous tick, but I was very fearful of a lot of things as a child. And so they helped quiet the fear down. And I think maybe I wasn't quite ready for it, but I did get little snippets of things as a child. I'm just now getting to a point. I've been doing a lot of work on my past trauma. I have a lot of things that I don't remember, so there's some things that are coming up, and I'm pretty sure I'll probably remember more as my journey continues.
Oh, I would think so. I want to ask you, because you said that some things made you frightful and that you had some visitations. So on both of those, I'm curious, like, were you frightful of just your surroundings? And I know with other starseeds, I'm curious for you, Did you find that like when you are trying new foods or you're trying clothes, like it's even your skin, you're trying to figure it all out. Like, what is this? And I know even as when we come here as souls, we're trying to figure that out. But I find that star seeds really, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, very much so. I always took my clothes off as a kid. Clothes always bothered me, so I still am not a huge fan. I would rather have less clothes on just because it's more comfortable. And I do remember spending a lot of time in the bathroom in a mirror because full length mirror, like studying everything. Like I would study I would just sit and just look at the pores on my hands, and I would just look at my toenails, and I would look at everything, and I just get so close to the mirror and just looking at my body and trying to figure things out, and foods is that's interesting because I ended up with a bit of a food addiction. Was my first addiction was food, but I was also very turned off by certain foods, so yeah, I now that we're talking about it, I realize just how much time I spent like, what is this? Like, wow, oh, this is so cool. Like, what is it?
Right, right. So what were some of the visits? You said you had a few visits. Do you remember any of those?
I remember a green figure. It was almost Hmm, like a neon, like yellowish green. And all it was kind of like the outline of what had come to visit me. And when I opened my eyes, it was standing like next to my bed. Um, and I could see it was almost like a smoke. It was very ethereal. And as soon as I saw it, I got instantly afraid. And when I got afraid, it got very, very small, almost like what you would think a fairy would look like. And then it circled around my ceiling fan blades. But it was so large when it showed up. So I think looking back now, I think it got small to let me know that I didn't have to be afraid of it. So that was the very first instance that I remember. And the other ones were dreams. So I was very active. I've always been an active dreamer, and about a year and a half ago is when I started the dream walks and the dream crew that I work with. But as a child, I would visit places in my dreams. I would go places a lot in my dreams, and I didn't remember doing that until about a year and a half ago when I started with the dream crew that I work with now. It just sparked all these dreams I used to have as a child, and I loved going to sleep at nighttime. I was so excited.
Right, right. So what is the dream crew? What is that?
So I started about a year and a half ago journaling my dreams because I would wake up and feel very moved. My dreams were very vivid, and I think I was very excited about it because I was just coming out of active addiction again. I was letting go of the drugs. I was letting go of the alcohol. This was 3 months after my walk-in situation. So I had moved. I'm originally from Texas. I had moved from Texas to Tennessee. I sold everything I owned. I moved into an RV and I left everything. And I left and I spent a year in the mountains of Tennessee with my dogs. And for this healing journey, because I knew that if I didn't, I wasn't going to be on this earth much longer. And now I know that I was already okay because of the walk-in situation. But I started journaling my dreams, and then one night I had this dream where I was with like 5 or 6 people. It's the same 5 or 6 people. They look different most of the time in the dreams, but I recognize them when I get to dreamscape. So we were told there was a timer on the wall, and we were given these backpacks, and we had to figure out the latches on these backpacks and the countdown. And there was a countdown. And as soon as the buzzer went off, we were all like, oh, and I woke up. And that was my first instance. And then a few days later, I was in Dreamscape. I was in the back of a convertible with like these people. And I was like, I think I know them. And we got out and we were all standing at this apartment complex, and it was not Earth, but it looked Earth-like. And when I looked at them, I was like, hey, y'all are the ones from a few nights ago. And they're like, yeah. So I realized it was happening more and more often. And every time we're either sent to a class or we have to figure something out. We went to we went to a class that Elon Musk had. He came to in my dream. So, and he let me know what we were doing there. Like we were helping him figure some things out. He was standing up in the front of the class, and I don't really remember everything that it was about, but it's a lot of figuring things out is what we do. So we have something different. You know, there's one guy who works off planet, and he's almost late every morning, and he has to get to the shuttle before the sun comes up, because if he doesn't, then he misses work. So it's been very interesting, and it's been the same group for a year and a half now. And just the other night we all met up, and it was after I met you, and you came to us and gave us this really awesome bag, and it was something that we needed, and I didn't get a chance to open it, but they were like, hey, tell her we said thank you. And I was like, yeah, I will. So it's been great.
That's amazing. Was it Prada? Just kidding.
It was very nice. It probably was. It was white. It looked like it was made of like felt like it was made of a soft leather. It had a dark brown handle, and it had these little bluish, purplish flowers that were all over it. And it was very pretty. It was very, very pretty, heavy. So I'm not really sure what it is, but yeah, maybe I'll get a chance to see it again.
Oh, that's fantastic. You know, I'm not surprised that Elon Musk was in your dream, because I do believe he's not from here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know that he's not for sure.
Yeah, no. So let me ask you about your walk-in. How did that happen?
Wow. Okay. So it happened November of 2021. And at the time, I was going through a very dark time. And when 2020, when all of that happened, I've been in the fitness industry since 2009. And at the time, I was managing a Pilates studio, and it tanked because of everything that was happening. So I moved with my teenager at the time back in with my parents, and I hit this place of severe depression, because my kid and I had been arguing for years at this point. It had been like 2 to 3 years of these intense arguments as a single mom. It was very tumultuous. Moving back home, there were some other traumatic events that happened around that time involving her, involving my parents as well. Like my family just had this huge, I'm an only child, and my family had this like huge argument. And a few months before that, and we all just kind of like went our separate ways. And I was staying with a really good friend of mine because my kid hated the RV. So we were staying with a friend of mine, and I was miserable. Like I was so sad. Like I spent from 2020 until the middle of 2022 in my bed, and I almost drank myself to death, because I had felt like I had lost everything that I had worked so hard for. All of my 14 years in a career, my parents, my kid was slipping away. And I started drinking, and I got back into the use of substances. At the time, I was also on mood stabilizers. I went to the doctor, and they got big pharma involved again. And it was a lot. And I did not want to be here. I didn't want to be here. There was a time when I went by myself there for a little bit, and I was trying very hard to figure things out. So what ended up happening was it's almost like I felt the end was coming. Like I felt like I was like, my heart was doing some very weird things. Like my body, I was staying up for like a day or two at a time at that point, you know, like I was just running myself ragged. And I left my friend's house. I drove my kid back to the RV because she was like, I just want some alone time, Mom. Like, can I just go back to the RV? I was like, yeah, it's fine. And we had dinner planned at my friend's house. So I left her at home. It took 20 minutes to get from the RV to my friend's house. So I left, and about the halfway point, I was driving down the interstate, and I remembered feeling tired, but I was bopping to the radio because I love music and it was a good song. And I was just like, God, I feel a little tired. The next thing I know, I'm coming to, and I'm about to drive my car into a lake. And the only thing that stopped me was like an embankment, but I was driving through somebody's yard, and the woman comes out like cursing, like, what are you doing? We're driving through my yard and all this stuff. And all I could think was, what's going on? Like, I had no idea what was going on. My first thought was like, why am I about to drive my car into a lake? Like, wow, you know? So I stopped, And the woman was just so hateful. And I just burst into tears. And I went to look down at my phone, and I had 59% battery on my phone. The last time I looked at it, whenever I was tired, I was like, I'm kind of tired. What time is it? And I don't remember what time it was. But I remember I had 59% battery on my phone. And when I looked down, I had no battery, like on my, like my phone was dead. And I was just so confused. So they called the police. Police showed up. They did all of the sobriety tests. I didn't know what to say. So I just let them know that, because my daughter and I have been arguing a lot, and I just told them I was hysterical. I didn't know what else to say. I said I was hysterical over the arguments. Like, I'm just trying to get back to my friend's house. And then they were like, what, do you even know what time it is? And I was like, I had no idea. Like, I had no idea even what time it was. I wasn't even sure what had happened. So they told me, they said, well, we can't let you drive. Like, you've passed the sobriety test, but like, honestly, we can't let you drive. So they impounded my car, and they told me I could call my friend, and I didn't have any numbers in my head. I didn't know who to call. I was like, I said, I need you. My phone is dead. I said, I need your charger. And I'm from that area. So they were like, how could you not know who to call? I was like, I can't remember numbers. I'd lied. I had to lie. I was like, I don't know what to tell them. So I charged my phone, and I called my friend, and she picked me up. And when I looked back at it, it was 40 minutes that had passed between the time that I said that in my head, that I was getting tired, until the time that I was about to drive into the lake. And for the longest time, I was like worried, like, what else did I do? Like, where did I go? I'm from that area, so I knew where I was, but I don't know how I got there, because I was driving where I felt like I was tired was the interstate. The next exit I must have taken. And there was a lake with like people who have RVs and stuff. That's where they live. And some people they were starting to build houses in the back, and that's where I had driven to the part where they were building houses. And the cops, the police officer said, how did you drive through all of that construction? Evidently, I drove my car through construction at one point, and like, that's the only way that I could have gotten there. But everybody asked me how I got there, and have no idea. So I was a bit perplexed about that for a long time, until I read about walk-ins. And as soon as I read that, I was like, oh wow. Oh, wow. And until then, I haven't really said anything about it, because, this is one of those situations, like, who do you talk to about it unless, you talk to somebody who's comfortable with this sort of conversation, until I met with you and you confirmed it. And I was like, yeah, that's it.
So what happened after the walk-in? You had addictions and everything, and then after the walk-in, they just completely went away?
Well, that was November. January, I continued for a little bit longer, but it didn't feel the same. I just didn't feel the same after that. Like, everything felt different, everything looked different, everything tasted different. But at that point, I no longer felt like I was about to die. I just knew that I had to make the choice to change everything, which I already had in plan. My fiance and I are long distance. He is he bounces between the UK and Germany, and he comes home twice a year, and we have a very long vacation, usually a month long together. And we had a vacation that was planned in December. So I knew if I could just make it a few more weeks and get to him, I could talk to him, because he knew he knew what happened, but he didn't know what it meant. But I just felt like if I could just get to him, I would be safe. So like, I wasn't drinking as much. The drug use did taper off some, but by December, I decided to get off of all of my mood stabilizers. That was the first thing that I stopped. So I stopped that, and then I stopped all of the drugs, and then I stopped the alcohol. But I have been an addict off and on my whole life. Like, food was my first addiction. And then I started dabbling in drugs as a young teenager, so this is something that I've been to rehab before. And it all just kind of crept back up again. But yeah, since then, like, I've been able to, I don't even want, like, I look back and go, wow, it feels like I'm watching a movie, because it's not the same person that I am now. Like as of today, I'm on day 55 of a juice cleanse. Like, that girl couldn't have juiced for 55 days and woken up and done breath work every morning. And, like, it's just, I feel like a different person.
That's amazing. It's amazing. Not so many people out there are walk-ins. I know you had also mentioned to me how after that day, those 45 minutes, and then you came back and you're in your life, and then with your child and with your mother, with your family, even that felt foreign, and they all dissipated out of your life since then.
Yeah, they have. February of 2022 is the last time I saw my mom, my dad, or my child. I kept a little bit of contact with my dad, but my dad quit talking to me a little over a year ago on my birthday. And I haven't, like, and I went back to Texas and stayed with my grandmother, and I really wanted to see them. But my dad called my grandmother and said, we've got things that we're doing in town today. That was the day that we were supposed to all see each other. So it was like, they let me know, like, no. So yeah, I don't have any contact with them, and I'm okay with that now because I am a different person, and I'm on the path now to I'm on the path now that I think I chose before I came here. I think I veered so far off and I didn't have direction. But now I feel like I do have direction. So I also realized this was a little bit before the walk-in. Another spiritual mentor of mine, we used to meet every other week. It was during quarantine. We would meet every other week and we would do work. We would do soul work. We would do meditations, like guided meditations together. And one day we got to meet different aspects of self. And I got to meet the aspect of self that you pointed out to me the other day. Her name is A1R. And she is very large, like 9-10 feet tall. And she's this bluish purplish skin, and she has all of these beautiful like gems and everything on her, and she is very stoic but extremely smart and doesn't need words. And when I sat across the table from her, and when I realized that is me and I am her, that was life changing for me. So I think it's all just synced in together. So I think that I honestly think that she, which is me, I think granted myself this because I was on my way out.
So what is your path now?
Well, I've been a personal trainer and a health coach since 2009, and I absolutely love helping people fall in love with themselves. Like, I love watching people like who would come into the gym and like, oh, they hate working out and like blah blah blah, and all just whining and complaining and griping, and then all of a sudden they like lose a couple of pounds and buy themselves a new shirt, or they do an exercise that they couldn't do before that they're excited about. And then it's like you see people like walking in with their head down, and then you see people walking up a little bit, and then you see people like skipping up the step to get to the gym. Like, it's like this process. And that's why I'm here. Like, I am here. I am a guide, and I know that. It's time for me to be a guide in a different way. So I'll always take workout questions because I love teaching people how to use their bodies. So that is part of it. But now I feel like I have more of a spiritual calling because I'm here to guide people. I'm a light, and I know that. And it was just covered in this muck for so long. But now I feel like I've like cleaned this light off, and then it's time for me to shine because like stuff like this, I give me a microphone and 1,000 people. Like, I love it. I don't shy away from crowds. I don't shy away from video. I don't shy away from cameras. Like, I like for people to notice me, and I like to guide people out of a dark situation.
I love it. I love it. It's interesting you're talking about being a light. So when we first came on, my light, everything was working. And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm dark. Like, my ring light, everything is kind of, I don't know, it's a little dim.
Oh, wow.
So, which is fine. But I was like, oh, that's some energy there. I had someone else on a couple weeks ago, and her phone just died, and she tried to come on again. And sometimes energy does that. So, but anyway,
it does. It does. Yeah, I have issues with technology most of the time, which is interesting because I'm visited, and I now know the name of my guide. The Arcturians are very close to me. I get visited often. I've been getting visited by the Arcturians. Not too long after the dream work done is when they started to visit me, and they're all about technology. So it's interesting. I think all of my technological work is done in Dreamscape. It's not done here because I crash phones, and it's like if I get a laptop, it's guaranteed it's going to take me 4 hours to get the new thing set up because it glitches and things happen, and so definitely a big power pull sometimes.
Oh, I believe that. I know we talked about Ashtar. Ashtar is one of your guides.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And it's been great because we've had contact, but it's great to know his name, because I've asked my guides names for years, and I've only had one give me her name, and her name was Fern, and we're no longer connected because she's been born on Earth. So she's an actual human at this point, somewhere walking around. But yeah, yeah. So Ashtar has been great. He's helped me out a lot over the last few days, just because we've gotten even closer, which is great.
We only have a few more minutes, but I know we're talking about Ashtar and the different places. So where do you think you're originally from?
I don't know where I'm originally from, but I do know that I've got gene spliced with Mintakan, which was a water planet, and also Hadarian, which I can time stretch. So for some reason, I could give myself more time to do things, which not for some reason, but for that reason.
Okay, we have like a minute and a half. What is time stretch?
When you feel like you have a deadline, and then all of a sudden it feels like you just have a little more extra time to do things.
And you can do that here, not in your dream.
Yeah, I do that here.
Interesting. So you are able to bend time to complete a project.
Yeah, our superimposed time is the only way I know how to really describe it. Like, I feel like sometimes I can splice what's happening over what's already happened.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Okay, so we have less than a minute. So can people reach you if they want to ask you questions?
Yeah, sure. So you can contact me through Instagram. I'm just now getting ready to kind of like come out into the world. So this is a second podcast I've done in a month. So I feel like things are going to start ramping up for me. So yeah, just keep a lookout and find me on Instagram.
Where can they find you?
GG Teal, GGTEAL.
On Instagram.
Yeah.
Thank you, Angela, for coming on. And you know what? I think we could do this again, because I would like to ask you about your home planet and more of your dreaming. And I know people will have questions, and I would love to dive into that. But I do want to thank everyone for watching this evening, and tune in next week. And yeah, thank you. And namaste to everyone that is watching, and I will see you again.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial Dial 02-8488-3147 or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My name is Wendy McCallum and I am a psychic medium from Camberley in Surrey, originally from Kilmarnock in Ayrshire in Scotland. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. And God, I really missed you guys last week, so I'm sorry I couldn't be here with you, but I was away on a course. As psychic mediums, intuitive, sensitives, we just love a course. We just love expanding our knowledge and learning more and more. So this is what I was doing last week. I've got a certificate. So I was away doing an angelic crystal sound synthesis course. So that was ever so exciting, but I will speak to you about that another week. Yeah. So tonight I wanted to speak to you all about psychic self-defense, or our protecting our energy and our energy field. Now, a few weeks ago, I opened a TikTok account, which is Wendy McCallum Medium. You can find me on there. And the reason that I done it is there's so much nonsense out there all over social media saying scary things about things. And I wanted really to start dispelling a few fears and a few myths that these, I would like to say, irresponsible people are conjuring up. Okay, so when I go on TikTok, I found that people were brandishing words about like psychic attack, entity attachments, energy vampires. It's like, oh my goodness, these things sound so scary. Yeah, so like entity attachment, that is just like a massive thing. Yeah. And they were sitting there on the screen with something like this, like a crystal going, I send you healing, I send you healing, I'm sending you the healing. Can you feel the healing? I'm removing entity attachments. Utter nonsense, people. Utter nonsense. That's not how anything's done. Okay, let me start explaining some things to you. So, what is psychic attack? Psychic attack is basically when people are talking about you behind your back, saying not so nice things, being a little bit nasty, sending you bad vibes, or, you know, trying to trash your reputation, you know, if you're a professional person, things like that. That's what psychic attack is. Nothing bad will ever happen to you through people bad mouthing you. I mean, what happened years ago, you just used to ignore them or you would confront them about it, you know, and now that I think what's happening is people have, these youngsters or these kids are getting little bits of knowledge, yeah, and taking it and blowing it out of proportion and pretending that they know what they're talking about. And it really frustrates me. Energy vampires, don't like these words, to be perfectly honest with you, really don't like them. But an energy vampire is just basically somebody that is a little bit needy, okay? It could be somebody that's really struggling, that might be a little bit depressed, that just needs a little bit of support, you know, from people. So, for example, when people come to me for a reading, they may have lost a loved one, so they may be grieving, so they're needing that support. And it just kind of means energetically they take from you. And that is what an energy vampire is. You know, why this big scary word, yeah? That's all it is. It's just like somebody that needs your help, that needs a little bit of support, that maybe oversteps a mark a little bit now and again. Do you know what I mean? By just phoning you all the time or whatever, because they're sad and they're low, okay? Entity attachment, okay? That is a thing. Obviously, it's a thing, but it is a very, very, very rare occurrence, you know, and people are brandishing that about, you know, I'm taking and removing entity attachments from you. That's utter nonsense. That's not how you remove an entity attachment. Now, I've been working as a professional medium for over 15 years. I've trained for many years prior to working professionally. And in my span of doing this, which is probably over 25 years, I've come across two attachments. Now, one of these, I don't even know if it was an entity. I think it was just negative energy, which portrays itself as negative energy. It's a negative attachment, and it just might be that you've been going through a very difficult time and you're carrying all this negativity with you, yeah? And other people pick up on it. Okay. Now, an entity attachment, basically, as I say, it's very, very unusual. And really, you wouldn't even know that you had an entity attachment, because an entity attachment normally attaches to somebody who is really low, has their mental health has really suffered. They might be schizophrenic, they might be suffering with severe depression, severe mental health problems, okay, over a long period of time, where a negative entity is able to slip in there and attach. Now, that person would be so low that they wouldn't even notice that the personality was changing or anything. So it is extremely unusual. Now, if you are worried or concerned about any of these things in any way, don't look to TikTok. Don't get me wrong, there is some really good psychics and mediums out there, but always go with somebody reputable. I keep going on, you have churches, you have spiritual centres. If you look, you will find, yeah, but always do your homework and make sure that they're reputable, and go to them for help, and they will explain things to you and they will help you. Now, you always know when people, you go to churches or that, they don't want your money. That's not about what they want. They're putting you before money. But all these people on these social media accounts with over 600,000 followers, they're not interested in you. They're not interested in your health. They're not interested in your well-being. They're interested in that and what they can get. And even though you say, oh, they're not getting money, they are, because when they do all these go lives, people are sending them money, sending them flowers, sending them whatever it is, okay? And then what they do is they string people along, so that if you get a private reading with them or a private session with them, they'll say, you need to come back till I remove it again. You need to come back because you need more work. You need to come back. Probably take about 6 sessions. It's nonsense. They're only doing that because they want money at you. So please always go with somebody reputable. And as I say, this is why I've opened my accounts up. I don't feel comfortable going online and going live and things like that, but I feel so strongly about it. This is why I've decided to do my shows and everything else. Now, we need to look after our spiritual health or our energy, okay? I believe that that's why I got so ill, because I nearly died. I was in intensive care. I had gallstones. The stones got stuck. Long story short, right? But I believe that a lot of my problems I've inherited from my clients, because gallstones gallbladder is the seat of anger, so it's frustration, anger, so is the liver. So when people come to me, they suffer with these things. Now, because I wasn't looking after myself, I've inherited other people's problems. So how do we protect our energy field? You can protect it in lots of different ways. You can use crystals. Crystals are amazing, and you can just pop a bit in your pocket. For ladies, you can pop a bit in your bra. You can wear crystal jewellery. I've got that moonstone on my neck today. I don't normally wear stuff, but you can wear the crystal bracelets, okay? But have a little bit beside your bed or underneath your pillow. Great stones for protection is black tourmaline. Black tourmaline looks a little bit like coal, and black tourmaline is like an energy mover. It's an intense pick-me-up. It's like wearing a suit of armour. It doesn't allow energy to come in. The crystal itself absorbs negativity and it returns the energy back to the sender. So it shields your home, it pushes out the negative energy back to where it's come from. It's great for empaths. An empath feels other people's feelings. So if somebody comes to me and they're sad or they're anxious, I tend to pick up on that, excuse me, and Sometimes even 2 to 3 days. This is before I began to look after my health. I would feel their feelings 2 to 3 days before I would do a read for it. So I'd maybe be up in the middle of the night with palpitations, panic attacks, that kind of thing. But I was inheriting them, they weren't mine. So you need to look after this health. So that's black tourmaline. So it filters, as an empath, it filters out what's yours and what belongs to somebody else, okay? So we've got black obsidian. I love black obsidian. These are all connected to the base chakra, by the way, in case you're wondering. So this absorbs negativity as well. It blocks psychic attack. It helps bring clarity to the mind, clear confusion, stimulates spiritual growth. It helps to dissolve phobias and fear and mental blocks. And it helps you to find courage to face your inner truth. Now, a lot of people call this the gatekeeper. So a gatekeeper stops things from coming in, it protects you. And a lot of people say that when they work in a spiritual sense, that they have a gatekeeper. So that gatekeeper would block any negative energy or anything negative that is trying to connect with you, okay? And I love this as well, because black obsidian is used for scrying. Scrying is kind of giving you insight into the future. I don't have it here with me, but I've got a black scrying mirror. So basically what you do is you look into the mirror and then you might see things in the mirror. So you might see faces and things like that. It's really lovely, quite exciting. So another thing, another stone that's really, really good is shungite. Shungite's carbon rich. It helps to reduce inflammation. It protects you from EMFs, which is electromagnetic frequencies. So basically, as well as that, I forgot to mention earlier, as we go through the day and we connect with people and we talk to people, we're on our phone, we're picking up energy. We're picking up energy of the phone masts, the energy for your computer, your laptop, you're connecting with people. So you're picking up, connecting with their energy. And the other thing I mentioned a few weeks ago was actually, because we're wearing rubber sole trainers and things like that, then we're not discharging that energy, we're holding on to it. Whereas before, that's why I say go and walk barefoot. Because when you walk barefoot, it allows any inherent say that again, Wendy, any inherent energies to discharge back into Mother Earth. Who will take it? And turn it around into lovely positive energy. So that's what happens as well, as you're connecting with all these energies every day, and it can actually be quite draining. If you've walked into a room and somebody's had an argument, you will feel it, okay? So shungite's a great crystal. A lot of people put shungite in water because it's said to clarify and purify the water, okay? It's said to relieve emotional stress. It's very good for grounding electrical energy, and it's very good for cleansing, eliminating toxins, and it's anti-aging. Ooh, look, wonderful. It helps you it keeps your skin looking younger. Oh my goodness, no need for the oil of Beulah anymore, ladies. Shungite, right. So it's energy boosting and it's calming. Another fantastic stone is jet. I've only got a little bit of jet because what happens is I buy a bag and then everybody comes along and has readings and they come to me with headaches. And jet is really good for headaches. So I'm like, oh, have a piece of jet. And then the next thing I know, I've got none left for myself. So jet is great. It's like an organic rock. It feels like plasticky, but it's not, yeah. It helps to draw negativity out of the aura, or the auric field, yeah. And it just helps to build strength when you feel weak or vulnerable. It helps to release anger or dispel anger. It helps with fear and worries. It's very calming, and it helps people that are suffering with depression, clarity and positivity. So I haven't got through all the crystals yet. I've got a minute left, I'm being told. Another great crystal is clear quartz. Deflects negativity, attracts positivity, set a clear intention to do it, and it's a master healer. Another good crystal, smoky quartz. Again, it deflects negative energy, EMFs, protects against negative influences, very grounding, neutralizes negative vibrations. And it's great for elimination of the digestive systems and detoxifying. Citrine. Oh, I love citrine. Citrine. I call it the happy stone. It's a manifesting stone, the stone of abundance in all forms that absorbs negativity, transmutes it to a positive energy, and it brings calmness. Put it under the pillow, obviously no one this big. You're going to be able to sleep. And it helps keep your thoughts clear of negativity and letting abundance go. So, ladies and gentlemen and peoples, I thank you for joining me this evening, and I hope that was helpful for you. You can find me, Wendy McCallum Medium, on TikTok, and you can book a reading with me through divineintuition.co.uk. Have a wonderful week, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, lovely, lovely, lovely friends and viewers and listeners. Thanks very much for joining me. I'm your show host, Susanna Medium. And then you are watching and listening to this one particular show, Susanna Medium. And I'll tell you what, I am celebrating. I've got a little balloon here. Let's see if I can put it around myself. Oh my goodness me. Well, one way of celebrating, because this is my 100th episode here on this wonderful network. So here we go. I am sending absolutely beautiful, beautiful love and the kindest wishes and warmth from the bottom of my heart to every single one of you who have supported this particular show and all the other shows here on this network, A1R Radio, A1R Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. And it's not just this show, but then all the other shows, because I am here because the others have been here. And now I am here because I was invited, and I am here because I had the courage to step into this reality. And I'm here because I've got so much encouragement from everybody, and most certainly from you, lovely viewers and listeners, and those of you who have over the years, yes, followed this show and followed my pages and interacted with me, and then you are there on my social media pages. So I'm really, really grateful for every single one of you. Now, if you have been a new viewer or a new participator in this series of episodes here, then you can find everything, all my previous recordings, 100. This is a 100th show, my goodness me. I'm just pinching myself that, oh my goodness me, who would have thought that I would be here to celebrate my 100th episode. And I'm very clearly celebrating with a glass of clear water here. So if you are interested in all the other shows or the interviews, my longer shows, the shorter shows, the interviews, the conversations, the meditations, the insights, my Anna Frank conversation that has been very special to me, and then all the guests who have been on my show over this beautiful stretch of time. Just go and find everything on the replay section. You can find wherever you are listening, wherever you are viewing right now, or on replay, you can find everything. Where you can find everything. Now, how I am going to celebrate these 100 episodes. I know it's going to take me something, but on my personal YouTube page, which is again, we made it very easy for you, Susanna Medium. I am going to record 100 little tiny short episodes for every single recording I have created here with you on this network. And then just really reflecting what every single episode meant for me, or all the conversations. So watch that space. If you have not found that YouTube page, go on to YouTube with the usual things and then just find Susanna Medium, And I appreciate that you are there as well. So it's going to be a beautiful series of conversations, because every single episode here, whether we talked about words or inspiration or guidance or channeling or cards or candles or magic or imagination or the arts, you remember the dots and the lines and the shapes, those things, or my conversation about the oracle cards and then the tarot cards and then the books, and then also the authors and even the publisher. There was, I think, one or two publishers who were here on my shows, talking about their work and all the warrior things, how people travel. If you remember the Urban monk who has had his series here as well, and then his conversations and all the warrior things. So I'm really looking forward to going back to and listening to and watching 100 episodes. And then I know, we can have the longer shows and we can have the shorter shows, and it's going to take me some time, but I've been thinking about that. So I'm really looking forward to creating something and reflecting. Do you do that reflecting? Time is a little bit short. Sometimes we feel in our rushing and running life, and oh my goodness me, all the things what are happening in our worlds right now. We can just send prayers and prayers wherever we are. And those souls, mind you, all of us affected in one way or another, and we just need to find the peace within ourselves. And you just see, just one little practical tip before I start talking to my caller here is that actually I heard this, quite recently I heard this idea and I thought, oh, it's quite like that one. So if you wake up in the morning or when you go to bed or whichever time you want to start in your life, or in your day, you just say that now I am starting my most magical, wonderful, powerful, empowering, empowered, inspiring, insightful, whatever way, wonderful, sexy, gorgeous, joyful, um, anointed, anything, I don't know what you want to think, or blessed 24 hours. And then you stick with that, what you are saying and what you are inviting and what you are just, saying out loud. And during that time, if you say 24 hours, you can start with 24 hours. The person I heard was saying 48 hours, but I said, let's just start with a shorter period of time. Why? Because we might not have the patience, or we might forget about things, or all those things. But it's all okay, because we are learning. Every single moment is giving us a new opportunity to embrace something and have the awareness, bring ourselves back to ourselves all the time. So try it. I am trying, and I'm saying now, from this very moment, I'm starting my most gorgeous and blessed and peaceful and graceful and loving 24 hours. And then if you feel that I'm going a little bit out of balance, then okay, what did I say? What did I promise for myself? What did I promise for the others? What is my light? How can I be my most gorgeous, and whatever way you want to describe yourself or describe the reality for yourself, even if it is not that way, But then this is how we are bringing it into our reality. This is how we are using all our senses and noticing everything around us, which is the most blessed, the most loving, the most gorgeous, the most kind, the compassionate, the caring. in our environment, people and the situations, So let me know if you are taking on this challenge and how you are getting on with that. You can start with a couple of hours, and then you can create. Oh, if I forget about something that, oh, maybe I'm pinching myself, like a little bit, or maybe I don't know, click my finger, and then in that very moment I'm bringing myself back to this reality. What was the promise I said to myself or I gave to myself, So here we go. If you are interested in my work, go to www.susanamedium.com. And oh my goodness, I told you so many times. It's so easy to remember all these 9 letters: ZSUZSENNA medium.com. And it's always Susanna Medium, just a Susanna Medium, So here we go. I am going to talk to Marky is it Fresno, California? So Marky, can you hear me, lovely one?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Thanks for being here. So how can I help you?
I have a couple of questions. I'm
Sure.
currently seeing this guy. His name is John, and I feel like we have something definitely. We're both happy, and I was just wondering, is he my soulmate? Is something
Sure.
long-term going to come out of this?
Okay, so you see, immediately what I'm saying, what I'm feeling is that on the path, on your path, you feel more ready. You are more of an open book than the other person. So I'm not saying that the person is a little bit hesitating, but then as if you need to have a little waiting, as if we need to have a little moment of encouragement, encouraging the person and giving the person time and space. And it feels like the person wants to come forward energetically and wants to build something, but then there is the type of hesitation. But then the hesitation, uncertainty is not about you and all your light, but then it feels like what he has been carrying with himself and within himself. It feels like it just, for some reason, I'm holding myself in a shell, and I just want to show a little bit. And then you see when you have a question. Pardon?
Is he scared?
I'm feeling a little uncertainty, but it's not uncertainty about you or who you are, but then within himself. I feel that is his default, his base energy, that when something new is coming to my life, I'm a little bit cautious. I feel I need to watch, I need to look around, I need to check again. And then I need to be a little bit cautious, and I need to be really certain that what is coming to me, then I can really welcome, and really, I deserve, I feel that is a conversation. I deserve how much I deserve, and then how much I'm able to hold, or whether it is really real, what is coming to me, Your job in the
Yeah.
situation, what Spirit is saying is that it feels like if you understand that you have, with your words, with your questions, you have tried to understand. So your way of understanding a person is through communications, verbal communication, exchanges of ideas. With the person, his energy is about silence. So it feels like just the opposite end of the same light beam, if I say that, So when you are with a person, just tune into the energy of the person, how the person sits, how the person breathes, how the person is using the space. It's completely fine. Not always, talking to the other person and having our questions answered, or knowing the answer, or going deeper and deeper, because I feel that depth is already there. I feel that just this gentleman really would like to show more, want to prove more, but not primary to you, but then to himself, that I'm deserving, and then life is good to me, and then life is supporting me and showing me something, I feel that the time how you have met, you have been a little bit ahead with your energy, more together, more balanced, more out in the world. His energy, he's just catching up. Spirit is telling me that energy is going to get even closer to each other. Now I'm seeing like 2 parallel timelines, and now they are getting a little bit closer and closer. And then as you are holding the space, that's beautiful actually, how you are holding the space of silence and peacefulness and grace within yourself for the other person, he's going to start talking more, and then in that way you are meeting in the middle. How wonderful that is, So when you have when you have the question whether this person is forever for me or soulmate, I'm not really working with that energy, who is the soulmate or who is not, because one way or another, we are all meeting and we've got something to learn and exchange energies and empower each other, give and take, give and take. So I feel that this person is going to be around you, is not going to go anywhere. It takes really about the leverage, giving and taking and giving and taking and finding the balance, So if it resonates
Yeah.
with you, you tune in with his world, which is about silence and just being. Sometimes it's perfectly fine to go with somebody for a coffee and not talk to each other for 10 minutes and then just watching the world go by, and then just being in the space. And I feel that he would really not like to have somebody who's matching him. And then he will come forward, and then he will catch up with your energy. And then from there, the conversation develops and the energy develops, I feel that end of the November and December is going to be a new point of reference for you in time, so if you understand that. Your color in this conversation is what I see is not the red, but the darker, I want to say very quickly, the darker pinks, and then his energy is the green, and then the turquoise, and then the blue, and then how you are going to meet, so it's a heart, and then the throat, the conversation, communication center, So I think about a couple of seconds. So Marky, thanks very much for tuning in. I hope I could help you. Feel free to send me an email to hello@susanamedium.com, and I would be happy to continue the conversation, how we started here. But it's because it feels like a beautiful conversation, beautiful space, and how you are able to hold a space for each other, And then it's somehow it's really, coming together with the conversation, what I started at the beginning, that creating that always that most beautiful relationship. I'm so grateful for that. Show me more of the energy. So that's the blessing for you. Okay. So thanks very much for being here, and all my lovely listeners and viewers. Thanks very much for being here. Come back in 7 days' time, and because that is my 100th anniversary, a very, very, very special. Thank you, and lots of love to everybody on the other side of the scene here, the screen here, on the Ask1 Radio Network and A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And my goodness me, I love you a lot. I love you a lot. And then come back in 7 days' time. Okay, that's going to be 101 next time. So here we go. Lots of love. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Evenings with Kimberly, the comedian media. Live from KimberlyWagonMakers.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Evenings with Kimberly
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Kimberly Wagonmakers. Welcome back. Happy Thursday, 5:30 my time. I hope everybody's doing fabulous. I'm doing good, very busy. Brief before I start taking a caller, I just want to announce again, my name is Kimberly Wagonmakers, spelled WAGENMAKERS. You can Google me, and on Google, you'll see my reviews. You'll see my website. You'll see my TikTok that's been hijacked, my New York radio last year, my Moonstruck radio now. You'll see lots about me. So just Google my name. It's the easiest. I'm not hidden or hard to find once you can spell my name correctly. But I'm here, and I want to take callers. Getting more comfortable with this because it is hard, in seconds readings and not really seeing anybody. But I'm also doing lives on my business Facebook page, which I don't know if you can all see this. I'm going to try to get it in close. So that is my business Facebook page, Kimberly Wagonmaker's Psychic Medium to Rescue and Restore Balance. I'm going there live twice a week. And at the moment, I'm doing live free readings. No info again. You just tap in whether you want mediumship or psychic. And I'm spending like 3 hours. I get exhausted, but people come in and I can't say no. And I just, so yeah, I was up till 3 a.m. doing that last night. So do we have any callers yet? If we do, I can start. If not, I'll continue to talk like I do so well. And I want to, hopefully soon, we will be able to put me at 30 minutes so that I can start giving you a little bit about me and how I got here and all the really wild woohoo moments that I've had that, yeah, I need to write several books of what I've experienced. Like I can just tell you really quick before I have a caller. A house I had about 15 years ago, I was walking home from the mailbox and I heard a scream, looked behind me. It was the gardener alerting me. There was a line, a single file line of bees, literally behind my head, following me. There had to be a billion of them because, you know, it was a really thick, but they were single file just following me. And I'm such a lunatic and used to this stuff that it just didn't faze me. And I'll water and tinker in the yard. And believe it or not, all the grasshoppers jump me. Bothered by it is your totem. And I'm like, yeah, she came to visit. So I have lots of miracles and just amazing things. But I'm still talking. I don't know if there's any callers. I would love to do a reading because I felt like, but maybe it's my live afterwards because here we go. I'm seeing something. Colleen in Atlanta. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I'm reading and learning this. Hi, Colleen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. A little tired, but I'm good. So you're in Atlanta, Georgia?
I am.
Beautiful. I've heard, I haven't been there, but I always think of the peach because I love peach cobbler.
Peaches aren't doing too good right now, I've heard.
Say that again?
The peaches aren't doing too well, I've heard. I don't know. I don't like peaches too much, so.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Those are my favorite. If that's pretty much the only pie I love other than chocolate. I love peach cobbler. So, but I'm sad to hear that they're not doing well. It's probably a farmer issue with all the weather disasters we've been having. But I hope they'll come back. So were you looking for psychic this evening, Colleen, or mediumship?
Mediumship?
Okay, I'm wondering if you are the one that I was picking up on before I came in, because I felt like I was going to have a caller and I felt like it's going to be a little girl. Can you take this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I felt like before I even came in, I was going to have a caller and it was going to be a young girl. So in spirit, can you take a young girl?
In spirit, can I do what? I can't hear you very well.
It's okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why my reception. A young girl. Do you have a young girl in spirit?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure about that. No.
Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to read the chat. So let me just say, I really felt like there was a young lady before I even started that I was going to bring through. Is that your dog?
Yes. Are we live on the radio or a podcast or something?
Yes, we are live, and yes, it streams through radio, and I'm not sure where, but some TV. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm just sorry for the noise. I have a dog that's kind of sick and he coughs a lot right now. So sorry about that.
He's sick?
Yeah, he has a problem with his trachea. So
I'm very sorry.
he's like 17 years old, so he's been with us a long time.
Let me try to get in here and connect with the spirit that you are looking for.
I'm going to step into another room where it's a little bit quieter.
Yeah, sometimes the energy. So I'm also picking up, I'm pushing the young lady aside. And maybe you're the young lady that I'm supposed to be pulling for, but I'm trying to tell a young man to step forward.
Yeah, the person I was hoping you could connect to is a male.
Yeah, and so this man, when I said young, he's telling me I wasn't young when I passed, but I have a very young heart. Would that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, because I felt like I wanted to tell you his age and young, but he's like, I wasn't young, but I have a really young heart. So, okay, we're pulling him closer. I'm getting goosebumps. He's telling me his passing wasn't long. It hasn't been that long. I want to say it's been like, I'm hearing 2. So I want to say like 2 years. I don't think it's 2 months.
It's actually, this one is a couple of months.
Oh, so it could be the 2 months?
Very recent, yeah.
Okay, because I heard 2 and I'm like, it wasn't very recent and it's 2. So, okay, we're on the right track, son. Calling him son because he's just such a young spirit. Even when he passed, I mean, he was a very jovial, action-packed man.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello. It's Tammy Petricelli with Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk. And I am in the beautiful beach town of Lewis, Delaware today. You know, it is the first town or city in the first state. I didn't even know that for the longest time. So the sun is trying very desperately to come out here. I hope that you are having good weather. We're sending lots of prayers and energy to those in the path of the next hurricane. I don't even know what her name is, Idalia or something like that. Anyway, we want to send everyone out that they get safe, that they stay safe, and they prepare. See, you know, it's nice with the meteorologists now. They know this stuff is coming, and they give you an opportunity to, you know, protect your home, protect your space. You know, we protect them with sandbags and boarding up windows, but, you know, also protect them with, you know, energy around your home. Imagine putting a grid, an energetic grid over your home. And you can do this regardless of where you are. So it would be great if you can take some crystals and bury them in the four corners of your property. If you have an odd-shaped property, honor that fifth corner, a sixth corner, or eighth corner, whatever you got, or at least around the house itself, and dig them with intention of protection. And then energetically imagine a grid going corner to corner, corner to corner. So you want it to go over. So all right, let me do it this way. You've got, say, the square, okay, or the rectangle. Okay, you want it to go corner to corner, and then you want to make sure that you do corner to corner to corner, and then imagine a beautiful bubble of energy light over your space. This will help energetically protect your home from storms, from other people's terrible energy coming in. It can also help protect you from losing energy. We did this at my house. I have crystals. A beautiful, wonderful friend, my Angel Mike, brought crystals from Brazil and buried them in the corners of my property with the intention of an energetic grid. And then we do this before storms. And I've been so lucky. I've never lost electric for more than like 10 minutes in this home, and that's after 16 years. So we'll see what happens here in Lewis, Delaware, because that's my home in Newark. So while we're waiting for our caller to come in, I want to say that we are there in the shadow of the full moon. The full moon is a-coming. So what are we going to do with the full moon? We're going to cleanse. This is a great energetic time to release emotions you're holding on to that you don't need, that aren't good for you. Kind of let things go or get past them. That doesn't give people off the hook if those energies are directed at someone else. But what it will do is allow you to feel good about yourself, feel beautiful energy within yourself, and help you to move on in a positive way. So Welcome to Tuesday Energy Healing and Spirit Talk. No matter what time it is, where you are, I'm so happy that you are joining us or that you are watching me later. That's great. And you can always find me on Facebook under Tammy D. Petrocelli Medium or Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center. On Facebook, and then www.tammypetrocelli.com, www.pikecreekreiki.com. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm missing all these messages. My thing wasn't moving. All right. Lucy, am I correct? Nope. No, I'm still waiting for our caller. All right, I'll let Dave handle that. What can you do to celebrate the full moon? Okay, so what you can do is write down on paper what no longer serves you or what you want to release emotionally, physically, job, it doesn't matter. So write it on paper, do your own little ceremony. Go outside under the full moon, and you can do this couple days ahead, couple days after, okay, that you can do this. So go out into the full moon, say a little prayer, a little blessing, little intention, light a candle. If you just have one little candle, that's fine. If not, you can do the 4 candles of the energies of the directions, or anything that you would like. And with intention, ask Spirit to help you get through these things so that you have space in your life for the good things that you do need, okay? So release that, burn that paper. If you can, get a little jar, fill it with some water, a crystal, dash of sea salt, and put it under the full moon and ask for its intention to honor and bless all that your needs and use it during the month. All right, I want to say hello to Sally. Sally's in London. What a beautiful, beautiful city, Sally. Welcome to Energy Healing and Spirit Talk. How are you today?
Oh, thank you. Oh, I've been through a bit of a tough time, but hopefully you'll, maybe able to help me a little bit going forward.
Do you have a question for me today, Sally?
I don't know. Can you talk about health or the mood at all?
I do not say that I am a medical medium. I don't claim to be a medical medium, and I don't claim to be a medical professional. But if I can tune in, yes, Sally, are you going through some bodily pain right now?
Say again?
Yeah, feeling it all the way through, almost everywhere though. Is it everywhere? Because it feels almost like fibromyalgia or, full body arthritis. It makes me feel like you're experiencing pain in multiple places in your body. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like you have tried different methods to get rid of this pain and you're not having success. Is that correct? I feel like maybe over-the-counter things have not worked well for you. Also, natural things like essential oils or CBD cream. Have you tried these things? Because I also feel like they're not working for you. You kind of haven't found what's going to work. You have a lot of inflammation. Have you considered an anti-inflammatory diet to help?
Yes, that's totally what I'm.
That's what you're doing now. Is it helping at all?
That's what I'm really going to start on. I've had a lung condition. I've got a heart and a lung condition, but it's interesting you said anti-inflammatory because that's exactly. But I've had a lot of stress around a lot of things. A daughter has not helped
Okay.
me. I don't know. I'm trying to go down the holistic route, but I've
Right. So I want to
you know,
suggest halotherapy. I don't know if you
again.
have any place close to you, halotherapy or halotherapy,
Okay.
and it's basically going
Okay.
into a salt room.
Okay.
And sometimes if you don't have a local salt spa, so to speak, they have little ceramic machines, almost looks like an odd neti pot, but basically you fill it with the Himalayan or sea salt and then just put it in your mouth and inhale it like a giant straw, the whole.
You know what? I've actually got one of those, and I found it yesterday again. So I just started on that yesterday again.
Perfect.
So
You're on the right thing.
my gut.
And turmeric.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
All right. And if you could find someone who does the IV turmeric. Also, have you tried Rhus Tox? Rhus Tox is RHUS, and then Tox is a really long name. So TOX is easier. From the homeopathic stores?
No, I can get some though. Rhus Tox. Okay. So
RHUS. And then the second word is really long Tox. Tox something, but I just say Rhus Tox.
Are you getting information? Yeah, I mean the doctors. I have a daughter that's in the medical field and wants me on loads of steroids and everything, and I've had a battle with this daughter because I don't want to take anything like that.
It's tough, but I just had made a post about that there are a lot of natural treatments for a lot of diseases that we have. Someone said, I wouldn't want to trust an herb to cure a disease. And I am here to tell you that it took 6 years, but I am 4 years cancer-free, and I've had no radiation. I've done this all naturally.
I believe in all of this. Yeah.
Herbs,
I believe in all this.
Vitamins.
Do you see my daughter? Yeah. Do you see me getting through this?
But this is what I'm feeling. A kinship with you here spiritually, as far as
absolutely.
Needing to kind of find alternative ways, because I feel like you're not having positive results from the other way.
Oh, absolutely. But I have a daughter that's really fighting me, really fighting me. And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can probably pick up the energy. It's literally psychic attack. I'm actually very psychic as well.
Yes.
So I've had a whole family. Sorry.
So you know your body. You know what will work.
Yeah, I know. But
I'm encouraging you to trust that and tell her your body, your choice.
She's. I don't know what's happened to her. It's about money and inheritance and things with the family. You see her backing off or meeting. Sorry. Yeah.
The medical profession, unfortunately, they need to balance. We need them to balance with us. Okay, we need them desperately for the good things, but we need them to balance. Sally, I wish you well. I thank you for your call today. I hope you found this helpful. And my time is up, everyone. I'll see you right back here next week. And namaste. Have a wonderful week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for your time to shine with Julie Yeager Walker. Jaeger Walk, live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is your time to shine
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening. Welcome to the Thursday night show. I'm so glad you are here with me this evening. And how are you all doing? It's our first full day into Mercury retrograde once again. It seems like we just had one not too long ago. So it's a matter of, taking stock and reflecting on what it is that we have been doing, slowing down. Big message for me, slow down and take a deep breath, right? They talk about, Mercury retrograde and how, it can wreak havoc on communication and computers. And of course, that happens, right? But I try to not be too serious about Mercury retrograde. And when things go haywire, just say, well, okay, here we go. Try to take it with a little grain of salt. It doesn't always work. Sometimes my head gets a little crazy and I say, and I get a little frustrated. But hey, we are human and that's going to happen. But as as reflection, right? Go back and reflect on what it is you've been doing over the last couple of months. What's working, what's not working, what do you want to change in the coming weeks? And, taking stock in everything and, trying to have a little bit of patience, which, it's funny, the last couple of weeks, I have noticed that people have not had a lot of patience. There's been a lot of intensity in the air as we are coming up onto this Mercury retrograde that we are in. And so it's just about trying to step back and having a little bit of patience, journaling and getting all of those reflections, maybe all of the energy that's been, bottling up in you and having really good discussions and trying to be thoughtful with your words, with what you are communicating, because that's a really big thing right now. Again, especially during Mercury retrograde, being thoughtful with the words that we express, that come out of our mouths, and being authentic about it. And again, like I said, slowing down, which for a lot of us, and especially in this fast-paced world that we live in, is really hard. And when Mercury tries to slow us down, that's when the frustration level gets higher, right? We don't want to slow down. It hasn't been in our nature. We have been trained to go fast and furious. And so to slow down and just to really reflect and take stock of what's going on is a little hard sometimes for us humans to do. I know it's funny talking with my daughter. She's a millennial and it's really hard for them to slow down. They are looking for instant answers and, gratification. And so, it's taking those moments and going, okay, this is who we are. This is what needs to be done. And let me reflect and see how it's been working for me. Do I need to shift? Do I need to change? And this is what this is about at all times right now, is taking stock in that and doing some meditations, going for walks, and just taking this time to see what it is that we need to change. Or maybe it's something we need to just keep moving forward with. Maybe it's working great and you don't need to change anything. So take this time, try not to get into that mode of, oh my goodness, it's Mercury retrograde, it's all scary stuff. No, really, it isn't. It's just a chance for us to slow it down and just take a moment and say, okay, what is it that we need to do? So I hope that you can take this time over the next few weeks that we are in this, and just take a self check, right? Are you slowing down? Are you reflecting on what you're doing? Are you being authentic in your communication and the words that you are saying and putting out there in the universe? So just take a little check and see if you're doing all of that. If you are, awesome, great. If not, don't be too hard on yourself, but do take and check yourself on that, and try to be a little more gracious with everybody else around you, because they are feeling it just as much as you are. All right. So before we take our caller, there's just a couple things I want to speak with you about. I'm super excited. We are getting closer and closer to the retreat that is called the Angel Within, going on in Canada, October 14th and 15th in Bonnyville. My good friend Melinda and I are hosting this, and for the next 2 weeks, yes, I know, during Mercury retrograde, got to go about it the right way. We are offering a discount on the retreat if you sign up in the next 2 weeks. So head to my website, wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, and you can find a little tab at the top that says Angel Within, and go there and it will direct you to the Angel Within retreat, give you all the details, all the magic and miracles that are going to be happening during that weekend. I'm super, super excited. We've got a couple guest speakers and healers that are coming in to help us, heal some of the things that we are ready and open to view and to look at. And it's just going to be a magical weekend of meeting new people and friends. And I'm super excited. And I hope that you will join us over the weekend. Give me a shout if you need to have more information about it, but do check it out on the website. All right. Well, we have a caller waiting for me right now. We have Tanya in Victoria, Australia. Good evening, Tanya, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Did I say your name right? Is it Tanya?
Tanya, Tanya.
Tanya. Oh, I'm very sorry. Beautiful name.
That's okay. Thank you.
What can I do for you this evening?
Just wanted to know that general. Yes, the general reading.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Just a general reading.
Oh, a general reading, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. So let me tune in here just real quickly. And as I do that, there'll be a little moment of silence, and then I will be right back with you. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So the immediate feeling that I'm getting right now is I feel like my head is spinning. I feel like I'm a little out of body, maybe. There's a lot going on, and I feel like I want to catch my breath, or that maybe I can't catch my breath. But I'm feeling very, very dizzy and very out of sorts. And it feels like that feeling's been going on for you for a little while, where
it has.
You're just trying to catch a break. what I'm hearing is that break is coming. It's been long enough. You've been in this whirlwind, like a whirlwind type of feeling for long enough. They said it's time, it's done, it's time to stop, and it's time to move on and step forward. And so, have you been holding back on wanting to do something different in your life? Have you been like, well, I'd really like to do that, but I'm not really sure how to get there or how to do it, and it just makes you feel crazy? Just
Yes.
that's the only, yeah, it's the only word I can think of. So they're saying,
Yeah, I have.
yeah. So they're saying it's time to take that step. Be bold, be brave, and take that step. Okay. They're going to
Yep.
guide you along the way, but you have to be
Yes.
able to take that first step. The first step is the scariest, honestly. And when you've gone in that first step, you think, oh, wait a minute, this really isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's not as big and scary as it felt before, right? So your guides are asking you to just take that deep breath and take that step forward, because you're ready. You're ready to do that.
Yeah.
They're also saying, you know what? It's okay if it doesn't turn out quite the way you expected. It doesn't mean that it didn't work. It doesn't mean that you're a failure. It just means you need to pivot. You need to shift. Okay. And that's kind of a scary thought for you, honestly, what they're showing me, right? Because you're taking this big step, you're taking this big chance, and you want it to work out. You want it to look and act a certain way. And they're saying, just be open. Be open to the possibilities and be open to that guidance.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. There's a big spirituality piece for you in this. Like you are opening up to all these possibilities. It's like your world around you has opened up and you're looking at things differently and experiencing things differently. Are you looking at a spiritual business?
Not at the moment.
Okay. I think that's coming down the road.
Okay.
They're showing me that with this new shift, with this new change and this opening up, that it will be time for you to step in and do something with that. Okay.
Okay.
This healer part of you is very strong and wants to come out.
Yeah.
They're showing me it's like, oh my gosh, I can't make a decision about what type of healing or this or that. They're saying you know so many modalities that just come very natural to you. And so it's about feeling out which feels the best to you. And it doesn't matter if you want to throw a couple different modalities at it, right? And create your own. So don't let that seem like this big scary thing or stop you from moving forward, because you know a lot. You can sense a lot and feel a lot. So let that be your guide. Okay.
Yeah.
Your team, your divine counsel is all cheering for you right now. Because it's everything that you've been needing to hear. Everything you already know all of this, right? It's just, it's basically just having someone verify it that, okay, I was on the right track. I was on the right path. I knew what that was. Okay. So it's just that verification for you, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
There's something about taking a vacation. Are you looking at a holiday or a vacation?
Just a small trip up into the high country.
Okay. Okay.
In November.
Okay. They're saying this is going to be really good for you. This is going to be rejuvenation for you, and it's going to give you some clarity on the direction that you need to go and which way that's going to lead you. Okay. So, use this time if you can to take little bits out of the day to either meditate, to tune into your guides, whatever that looks like for you, to get the guidance and to get the clarity, because this is going to be the perfect opportunity for you to be able to take that step forward and move forward. And they're showing me that when you do that, it's going to be like taking a ball and rolling it downhill. It's going to go really quickly, and it's just going to be compounding and adding up. Okay. So be flexible is what they're saying.
Yeah.
They're asking me to ask you, what else is it that you need to know around all this? Because there's still a question, they say.
Maybe relationships.
Okay. Like a love relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you in a relationship right now? Because they're saying it's done. It's like it's over and done.
Yeah.
You are in a relationship right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
Okay. Yeah. It's kind of lived its time, and they're showing me that it's time to do something different, to move on. Because it's very heavy. It's like this heaviness around you and around the relationship. And the other person's feeling it too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's a lot of it is because you're growing and you're shifting and you're changing so much. It's nothing bad about the person that you're with. It's just there's something different that you're needing. Right? They're saying trust your gut with this, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing and feeling.
Yeah.
With my gut feeling, yeah.
Yeah. They're showing me that the relationship has kind of run its course.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah. So they're stepping back a little bit now, which is kind of like my indication that they've said everything that they need to say. Is there anything else that you have questions about?
No, that's basically about it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for calling in this evening. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and hope I get to talk to you in the near future.
I would love that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. We have another caller on the line. Candida in
Yes.
Worcester, Oklahoma. Hi, how are you?
Yes. I'm good. How are you?
I am good. What can I do for you this evening?
My husband died back in March, and I was just going to see if you could connect him or not, and if you couldn't, what do you see for myself?
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can connect with him. So as I do this, there'll just be a little moment of silence, and then I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Candida, I'm feeling your heavy heart at the loss, and again, I'm so sorry for your loss. Your husband he's concerned about you. He's worried. He knows how much this is weighing heavy on you, and he wants you to know that he's okay, and that he is here with you, surrounding you with love.
Yeah.
You guys were together for a long time.
Yeah, we were married for 10 years.
Yeah.
And we had 2 kids and 2 babies,
Yeah.
actually, 6 years old and 2. He died 9 days before her 2nd birthday.
Oh, I'm so sorry. He has so much love for you and the kids. So much love. I think he's still trying to kind of understand his death. He's showing me that it was very sudden.
Yes.
Unexpected, and
Yeah. I just still don't know. I mean, I was told a car accident, but nothing really makes any sense from a car accident. I don't know.
he keeps showing me something with his heart.
Yeah.
Was there a heart condition?
No, but I thought that he has a family history of it, and I had a feeling that he might have had a heart attack.
That's what I'm feeling. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. That it was very sudden. And there wasn't any pain. He wants you to know that there wasn't any pain. He didn't suffer. And he just feels so terrible that he's left you all behind. He's very saddened by that.
Yeah. I figured he would. He loves his kids very much, and he was very excited for us to have a daughter.
Yeah, oh my gosh, he was so proud of his kids, and he was such a great dad.
Yeah.
And he's always going to be a part of their lives. Always. Even on the other side. Your youngest is probably going to know him pretty well. I think they're going to be very connected. So as she starts to grow up and communicate, watch who she's communicating with, okay? Because I think he's going to be there teaching her, playing with her, playing games with her. And she's going to connect with him very easily. And so nurture that piece of it and let her know, she's going to know who her dad is, obviously, but nurture that and talk with her about him. Right. And she's going to, she's going to connect with him very
she sees his picture and knows that that's him, and it's real excited about,
Yeah.
We just bought a new house, and he was supposed to come with us, help us with this new house. I just was wondering if he thought I was doing okay.
He says you're going to be okay. You're very strong. You're very strong, and stronger than you think you are. And you're going to create an amazing life for your children. And he wants you to know that you are a great mom, and don't ever underestimate who you are. Okay?
Right.
Because you love and cherish your children. But and you have to grieve. You have to be able to grieve for this loss, and it's okay to do that. Okay? You need to know that that's okay.
Okay.
You're not going to be able to be the strong one all the time. So take that time.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Is he okay with his sister getting, his sisters and getting his kids? And I know that him and his sister, he always told me not to trust her. And I was wondering if they was doing the right thing, if he thinks that if I should stop letting her get on the weekend. That's my main concern.
Having your kids?
Yeah, she comes and gets them if he was alive and we were separated. She comes and gets them for visits with her kids and Cody's husband's parents.
I would see how your kids are reacting, because there feels like there's a little bit of tension there. So I would watch how your kids react, okay? And then follow that. Okay. Follow your gut, okay? Okay. Candida, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show this evening, so I have to say goodnight, and I wish you all the very best.
Well, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful night.
Okay.
That does it for me, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Feel free to reach out to me on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, or my Facebook pages, Julie Yeager Walker Medium and Your Time to Shine. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV, and to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. While I'm waiting for a caller, I just wanted very quickly to kind of talk about how I work with spirit. When I'm an intuitive tarot reader, so if somebody wants a psychic sort of general reading about their life, I will shuffle cards. I will get some cards from my guide, but then as I get them, I will hold on to the card, and my guide will start to give me visions, and then she may continue to get me to shuffle a card for another card, or then she just talks to me. My guide's name is Sarah, and when I'm doing a mediumship reading, I have a guide that brings forward spirit, and I also have a clairvoyant guide that specializes with me in just seeing things into the future. So if I'm talking about something that you may do into the future, that is something that she will show me. She sort of stands to my left, so if I'm kind of looking that way, I'm looking at her, and my main guide, who gives me the more general everyday type readings, will be on my right. Sometimes even, and I'm finding more while I'm doing this show, that I will use cards when I'm like drawing in spirit, because I've got to lift the energy quickly and bring them in faster, because we're dealing with a time frame. So that makes it a little bit easier. Okay, now I think I've got Cheryl on the line. Hello, Cheryl.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I didn't catch where you were from. Where are you from, Cheryl?
From Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada.
Oh, beautiful. Lovely. How can I help you today?
Yeah. I was hoping maybe you could connect with my mom, see if there's a message from her.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I have had some spirit here today, and I'm not sure if this lady is your mum, but she's the first one that came forward. So I'm going to describe her. I'm just going to work through them and quickly, because I kind of come through and I just get them to line up, all right, in the order that they come in. All right. Now, this is an older lady, and she's showing me that she liked to do her hair, like maybe had her hair in like rollers. She's got a slim build. She was showing me like red lipstick. Does that sound like your mum?
Yes, it sure does.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, well, she's here then. Now, was your mum religious at all? Because she's coming through with a religious message for you.
Not really.
Okay, all right.
She used to go to church
her,
and things, but
she didn't go?
she did when she was younger.
Okay, all right.
Not in her later years. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm going to give you the message, right? She said to me, now I'll see if I can get her to elaborate on it. But she said the passion of Christ is all around you and within you. Now, I'm going to see what she means by that. All right. I think there's, the obvious message there, but I want to see why she's giving you that today. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Have you been searching kind of like spiritually to find yourself lately?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because she's wanting to say to you, don't look externally too much for things. You can find things out like tools or mentors that can help you along. But she wants you to know that everything that you need is actually within you. All right. There is that Christ consciousness. And she's also saying to me that when she crossed over, she got a different awareness. There was not just religion as we know religion today, that there is like some truth to it, but there's also a lot of the spiritual stuff that is attached, and you don't actually need a church, an establishment to go to be heard, for your prayers to be answered. All right. She's saying to be guided forward. You just need to ask for what you want, to ask for forgiveness for anything that you feel that you need to ask for. It's not about going to confession. It's just about doing it within yourself. All right. Does that make any sense to you?
It sure does. That's a wonderful message.
Okay, beautiful. All right.
Yeah.
She's also, the other thing that she's saying to me is nothing hurts until it hurts. So stop overthinking things.
Mm-hmm.
Can you relate to that at this time in your life? Have you been overthinking?
I give it some thought.
Sorry, what was that, Cheryl?
Oh, you kind of broke up there.
Yeah. Have you been overthinking things in your life at the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at that.
That's all right. We all have bits of that. What the message is, don't stress thinking about different scenarios, okay, and what could go wrong, and working yourself up. Worry about it when it happens, all right? Otherwise, you're not living your best life. Okay, does that make sense for you?
It sure does, yes. That's very good advice.
All right.
Something I much needed to hear.
Sorry, what was that?
I really needed to hear that.
Oh,
good
beautiful.
advice.
Oh, beautiful. I'm glad. She's also saying to me, stop mucking around. There's no time like the present. Are you putting things off at the moment? Because she's kind of got her hands under you going, come on, you can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
There's
okay.
a few areas in my life like that. Yeah.
That's okay. We can all do that. She's making me feel like you're procrastinating on a few things, like it's should I, shouldn't I, I don't know. There's a lot of, like that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's see what else she wants to say. Did your mum like to have like a bit of a wine and just sit and chill?
Yes, we used to do that together.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, because she's showing me that she's sitting on a bench with her wine and she's sitting back and she's watching over you and she's watching your life. All right. And she's got a big smile, very happy with you. And she's also saying she's very proud of you. And while I feel you were close, I'm not sure that she said it enough to you, because she's saying to me, I need to keep saying this to you. Does that make sense for you?
What is it she has to keep saying?
That she's
You
proud
broke up
of
there
you.
again.
That's okay, Cheryl.
Oh, yes.
She's proud
Yeah.
of you, and she didn't say
Yeah.
it enough. Even though you were close,
Yeah.
she didn't say it enough.
Hmm.
Okay. Just see what else she wants to say to you. She's saying just put one foot in front of the other. You're going to be okay. She's making me feel like you might feel in your life like you're like an acrobat, kind of walks on a tightrope, that you feel a bit like that, like you're going to fall or something or make a mistake. But she's saying that you're fine. And she's also saying that she taught you well. And and I'm getting the shivers now from her, all right, that she instilled all the values in you and gave you everything you need to succeed in life. So she's saying, just think about conversations that we had. You'll know what to do. Does that make sense to you?
It sure does.
Okay, so just think about those moments when you're not sure of what to do. Just think about that. Oh, she's just said to me, she goes, ask yourself, what would mum do? What would mum say? And you'll have your answer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
do that a lot? What would mum do? Or,
Yeah, just think, what would mum do? What would mum say? And, she's there. She's also showing me she's going to push things telepathically to you. So if you get a thought in your head and it pops out of nowhere like an answer to a question that you have for your life, and it just pops in your head, she's like, that's from her. It'll make sense that it's from her as well. Okay, she's also showing me very quickly, because we are running out of time, Cheryl, but she's showing me, are you getting any kind of ringing in your ear, or you feel like your ear's a bit stuck or blocked?
I do once in a while, yes.
Okay, she's saying that that's her communicating with you, all right, trying to talk to you and comfort you, especially in the evenings and at night when you're sleeping, okay?
Okay.
All right, Cheryl,
well, that is
sorry.
just wonderful.
We've run out of time. Good luck with everything. Your mum's blowing you kisses, and she's saying she loves you dearly, all right? She's always with you.
Yes. Okay.
All right, you take
Thank
care.
you so much.
You're very welcome, Cheryl. Bye-bye. Have a good week.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. So nice to be back. Welcome to my show, Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. I channel your spirit guides, angels, and loved ones on the other side, and your loved ones truly are always around you. They're absolutely nearby for you to call on them, and they want to help you find closure and comfort in knowing that they're okay, they're at peace, even though they are no longer here in the physical realm. And your loved ones can come through to provide a sense of comfort, helping you cope, to be able to move forward on your healing journey. And this can help you gain like a stronger connection to your own spirit team and a deeper understanding of the existence of universal consciousness. So angelic guidance can provide insights into one's own soul purpose, lessons to be understood, practices to enhance like your spiritual development and align with your greater potential. This loving guidance that angels send to you, they can be a wonderful source of helping you align to your healing, to your support system, and they give you a sense of unconditional love and helping you find a greater sense of well-being, validating your own intuition, your own psychic nudges, because we do all have that ability, helping you to further trust your own abilities. So if you would like, you can book a reading with me by visiting stan.store/medium Andrea. It's stan, STAN.store/medium Andrea. So I offer card readings, medical intuitive sessions, and mediumship. And we have a caller. We're going to go to Jesselyn Ann. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
Great. How can I help you today?
I'm at a crossroads in my life, and it's just been really difficult to, choose a direction, I guess.
Okay.
And I was just kind of hoping to see maybe if you saw something.
Yeah. I'm going to pull some cards for you.
Okay.
Fulfillment and taking risks are coming up.
Okay.
So, like if there was something that, maybe you had a dream to do and then kind of like didn't do it out of either fear or obligation or that type of thing.
Exactly. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay. That's what I was picking up on. You do have good things coming in. So the color yellow is standing out, so that could be a sign or a yellow bird. This card has a yellow bird on it, and it's just really standing out. But you've got the blessings card. So let's get some information on what you can do to kind of, because the thing is that you do have blessings coming in. And, sorry, I'm coughing. Sorry. Focus on what you want to bring in.
Okay.
Because it's kind of like this going to raise your frequency. It's going to help you feel happier just in your day-to-day, everyday, present moment awareness. And that's
Okay.
kind of, that's like what is important right now for you. Did you have a specific question though you wanted me to answer about, going this way or that way or anything?
Well, I'm curious if in my marriage right now, if you
Okay.
see me staying married or getting a divorce, and if I do get a divorce, do you see me starting hormones and transitioning full time down the road?
Hormone, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. If that's what your heart desires, I mean, that is what you're supported in doing.
Okay.
So we've got happiness. I mean, we've got like happy family here on the board for you. And we have wish fulfillment here for you, as well as a lot of movement. As far as you leaving the marriage, let me see what the guidance is. So you're at a crossroads with the Hanged Man. Now, I do have like a card that talks about deception. And I don't know if that's something that you've experienced in your marriage, or if this could also be like a self deception as well, like not really facing your truth type of energy as well.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Unless there, but the deception, it can have a few different meanings. I see more success and victory for you, but I'm going to say that really is just dependent on what you really want,
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I just feel like I'm stuck because I don't want to give up everything that I've worked so hard for.
Uh-huh.
And just a lot of fear. Will I? I don't want to get stuck somewhere between two lives. If I decide to transition, I mean that's kind of what scares me the most. Plus, it's just scary out in society.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so So you don't know what you want to do. Is that what you're saying? What you really want?
My dream is definitely to transition full time as a woman.
Okay.
But I got married and had kids and have a career and everything. So, I just am kind of curious what direction you might see me going.
That is something that if you do, there is support in doing.
I mean
we all have free will, and it's definitely your choice.
Yeah.
But I do see that as an option for you, and that would bring happiness for you if you choose to do that.
Okay. I mean, you don't see me. I mean, one of my biggest fears is getting stuck between being male and female. Like whether surgeries couldn't go through, or the hormones didn't work, or anything like that. I guess I question at my age.
Okay. I'm getting so much feminine energy coming through that it makes me feel like it would be okay for you. Of course, I'm not a doctor, and so I can't really, there's so much that I don't know about it. But intuitively, there is a lot of success in that, is what I'm picking up on. And I don't know if that helps, but I'm picking up, I'm getting all this feminine energy for you. And it's very positive for sure.
Okay. Do you see anything with the marriage? I mean, I just think I used to pray every night that she would, accidentally meet someone and fall in love and be happy again. I mean, it's kind of sad.
Yeah. And I think that she would absolutely find happiness again if you guys were to split. I do pick that up. There might be there will be things to work through, emotions to work through, but I do see her being able to work with somebody to help her and work through the heavier emotions and have a new beginning as well.
Oh, okay.
And build something. And so I'm picking that up. I mean, there's a lot of things. There might be some overwhelming, things here for both of you because it's a huge change. Right. But I see a lot of success and happiness for you if that is what you decide to do.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of movement. It's not the easiest thing. There's going to be some heavier emotions, but at first and for a while to work through. And for everybody involved. But I think that in the end, that will be successful and it will be okay if that's what you decide to do.
Oh, okay. Well, that kind of gives me some hope. Yeah.
But yeah, and other than that, I see some abundance and stability, but that I do have to get going. That is going to do it for my show today. And I hope that helped.
Yeah, so, it definitely did. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. If you have any questions about readings or anything, you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. And you can find me on Facebook at Andrea Bacon and Instagram and TikTok at Andrea Bacon. So have a blessed day and a wonderful week. I hope that, you can get some good sleep with the full moon being extremely difficult to sleep sometimes with that. But I hope that, whatever you choose to do this week, you can go forward with movement. Oh.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Mini Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And this is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I am super excited for today because I um, have been just so focused and meditating because I've been having so many messages coming in today, and it's been incredible. And I don't know if it's because we are in Mercury retrograde, and I'm a Gemini, so Geminis during this retrograde really have a hard time. So I try to prepare myself and not allow for Mercury retrograde to affect me, but it does. And so I have to be grounded and centered and do as much meditating as I possibly can. Um, and sometimes I always say that, you can't. It's like when you say I'm overly medicated. Sometimes I'm overly meditated, and I feel like I'm in this weird zone. So hopefully, all these crazy visions and messages and names that I've been getting today will connect with somebody, which I'm sure they will. But um, man, I'll tell you, it's been incredible. So now we are also getting ready to head into next week is our blue moon. So August 30th, 31st time will be the blue moon, which the blue moon is where we have that second full moon within the month, the calendar month. So be prepared. So here in the next week to, couple of weeks for energy to feel very intense. If you are a Gemini, if you are a Virgo, if you are a Sagittarius, or if you are a Pisces, these signs are going to be the very most affected in a kind of exhausting emotional way. So just, be prepared and keep that in mind as we go until about the 15th of September. And September 15th, when that Mercury comes direct, then hit the ground running, my friends, because all of that time to rest and recharge and rejuvenate will end up being exactly what you need. Go and just, rule the world, right? Do what you need to do. So there's good. You just got to take the time. And I just tell those who are affected heavily by the retrograde that the best thing for you to do is to keep your mouth shut. And if you do feel like you need to speak, count to 10 beforehand. And if you can, then just refrain from just not saying anything. And if you can, kind of go into hibernation, right? Go hide for a little bit. So, anyway, Mercury retrograde's really not that bad if we know how to respond and do that. So, all right. So here is what is kind of going to be fun today because I decided to pull a different affirmation, and these affirmations are not like the other affirmation cards that I have pulled. So I decided to pull. I decided to pull from this. What's it called? Water blessings. And the water blessings are just incredible with their messages. And I just felt like maybe we all needed to have some good spiritual messages today, more so than ever. So the water affirmation or water blessing. So we have the triangle. My brain doesn't want to work today. So the Holy Trinity, as some may call it, and the different points that are on this card is really where your focus should be here for the next week. So the one is sacred and the other is body. So very much I feel this is putting time. Boy, this is perfect now I think about it. I just barely read this one. So putting that time into your body, whether that's, soulfully or actually physically, mentally, emotionally, and treating that with that sacredness of treating as they say, your body as a temple. But more so, I feel like this has to do with the retrograde, like I just said. So taking time to relax, rest, rejuvenate, restore, all those good R's, right? So then the message, the affirmation message, if I can talk today, your affirmation says, you are a divine temple of truth and healing water. I think that's incredible. Just, and I'll tell you, I have taken more Epsom salt baths in the last week than I think I ever have. And that makes so much sense. So you are a divine temple of truth and healing water. So there you go, my friends. I feel like that should help you with, and maybe that it's time to, um, to know your truth. And maybe it's time for you to connect with your truth. Maybe it's time to tell the truth, right? It's beautiful signs. So, and then once that happens, then you kind of feel that cleansing that water seems to give. So, beautiful. Okay. All right. Enough of my chit chat. I always love to get on a tangent some days, but I love getting my callers. So today, my caller is from Pennsylvania, and this is Penny. Hi, Penny.
Hi,
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good, good, good. And this is the mini medium. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
There is a couple different ones. The the state has taken the one little girl of one of my grandkids, and I was wanting to see if we're going to get her back because they're just playing games.
Oh,
and
okay.
either I get her back or the mom and them get her back, but they're just playing head games. They're not doing anything. Aurora, get down here.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me, I'm going to pull a couple cards for you really quick here. Give me just a moment.
No, he was up. The dog ran upstairs and they didn't let her up there.
And you said this is your granddaughter, is that correct?
Yep.
It's my granddaughter. Okay. All right. So
She ran from me. She was running to the neighbors and
oh goodness.
yeah, and then they tried to get me for abuse and neglect. They tried to put me in jail for 5 years and between the cop and CYF, they said there was no abuse. I did no abuse. It was just that she was running. And then we tried to take her to the hospital and get her evaluated and stuff, and then they took her from us because we tried to go get her help.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
And then they went and got her medicine and all that crap too.
Oh my goodness. Well, I think sometimes that, and not really speaking for anyone, but just some things I've noticed through experiences that, I say we are souls having human experiences, and our soul knows what's right, but the human side of us, is programmed to want to do things differently. And that happens with adults. Adults will think that they know what is right, and they feel it is, but then at the end of the day, not so much, and sometimes that human side steps in and forgets that another little human being is being affected by these choices.
The adult that she was running to was giving her little purses and necklaces and food and all this other stuff. So she kept going back to her.
Sure. And why not? She's a child.
Yep,
And,
she was sick.
they don't know. Yeah, they don't know. So, I really do, as I even just kind of connecting with, the cards that I pulled for you, but even intuitively, um, here's the good news, and then maybe the good news, but maybe not as good. I'm always one to want to manifest the positive and try to see, kind of the silver lining in every situation. But Now,
Yeah, but it's
the
okay because
one,
with us fighting with
yeah,
the lawyers and stuff, we don't even know whether we should keep fighting.
sure. Oh, sure. Yeah, it's exhausting. I can tell. I can feel it. And so, the one card that I pulled for you, as I intuitively pulled a few, really has. These are chakra cards, by the way. And the one is the color yellow, and it's the number 10, and it's a wand. So this 10 of wands, it's yellow. The yellow is where your gut feelings come from. So it's called your solar plexus, and where it's trusting your gut, and sometimes I feel like that, us as moms, as grandmas, we just uh, we want to trust our gut, but sometimes we think we're overreacting or overthinking, and then when we don't listen to it, then we regret it, later on.
Yep.
So I want you to fully, Penny, trust that beautiful gut. I feel there's some connection there. Now, the wand within the tarot type of reading is really very powerful, and it is meaning that you ultimately are getting what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So this is a great sign of things starting to go the way that you were hoping for, or wanting them to. The 10 is really the ending of a cycle. The 10 is the end of whatever this battle is that you're going through. So with that came another card, and this card is an Ace of Cups. It is upside down, so it's reversed. And the red, as it resembles, is your root chakra. And when your root is not working the way it should be, then it means that you're not feeling grounded. If you think about a big old tree with big roots, and that tree is grounded, then nothing can topple it over, right? So
Yep.
I feel that you're definitely feeling a bit ungrounded, in many reasons,
It took
and
a lot out of us. It took a lot out of us.
yeah, for sure. Oh, absolutely. Emotionally, mentally,
Yep.
physically, financially, all of them, right? And so,
Yep.
and then the cup that is represented in this is really, the Ace of Cups. So an ace is the beginning of a new journey. So if you think about a deck of cards, the deck of cards goes, ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, in each suit. So the ace is showing this is a new start, a new beginning, and that. So, and this is really where I love using the cards to just validate the visions I'm getting. So the cup is upside down. So if you think of a cup upside down, it means nothing can fill that cup up. It's, you have to get it to where you are grounded and get that cup upright so it can be filled. So, my biggest message to you right now, my friend, is to take some deep breaths. And I know that sounds very simple, and sounds simple, but and really get your ducks in a row, get yourself grounded, and get to where you are ready to start this next journey, this new adventure, if you want to call it that, this new path, because that sweet little girl needs some stability, and she needs
Yep.
for you to be needs you to be
Yeah.
grounded. And
And that
you
aunt,
just
the aunt,
yeah,
the
yeah,
aunt that
yeah.
that is with her, that she's with right now, is on the father's side, and she told her that she didn't want her there anymore and everything else. And then when the counselor went to go look for her to do a visit with my daughter, they didn't. The CYS and them didn't even know where the kid was at. And then the aunt told her she didn't want her, and now she's saying she's going to keep her. So now it's all back up fight again.
Right, right. And that's what I see coming. It's the beginning of another journey, another fight. And
Yep.
for you, your sweet grandbaby needs stability and needs for you to be grounded and not, try so very hard not to lose your temper. I can
Because they're really making me lose
that.
it. Yep. Yep.
I
Yep.
can
They
feel
really
it.
want. I really
Yeah.
want to come in there after them because they tried to
I
put
know.
me in jail. They tried to put me in
Oh,
jail. Now I have to do like a community service and a drug test, since I've never done any drugs, so that I don't have to worry about that. But they're making me do community service, and then once I
mm,
get done with that, they'll take that off my name. whatever they got on
Sure.
my name. I don't even know what they put on my name.
Yeah. Well, I'm sending you so much love and light and some strength and just I really feel the outcome can be very favorable. Your free will choice is what matters, and that free will choice is for you to just take some deep breaths, get yourself collected, and be ready for this next,
Yeah, do you see
this
how
next
long
journey.
before we can get her? If we get her, if I get her?
Yeah, I would plan on this going into the first of the year. This feels to me
Okay.
it's going to be about another 6 to 8 months. So just,
Do you
be
need-
prepared.
Yep. Do you see anything going on? Because September 11th is the last court thing that I have to go where they tried to get me, that's what I have to do, the community service and stuff. Do you see anything with that? September 11th, I have to be up there.
No, I feel, just like I said, just present yourself in that very confident and grounded manner. And I feel, that you'll see this will be more in your favor. So just keep yourself
I'm
focused
keeping
and,
that. I'm keeping that. I'm trying to keep my cool, and you know that
Good,
you've seen
good.
it because I lose my temper. Ever since they've done it,
Yeah.
I've lost I
Yeah.
want to flip right out on them.
I know, I know. Well, I wish you so much luck, my friend. I've got another caller on, but please, hang in there and fight for that sweet little one, okay?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye. All right. I have another caller and I missed their name. I apologize. Hi, Danielle. This is the mini medium. How can I help you?
Hello, I was interested in getting a mediumship.
Okay, sure. Sure, sure. Do you have a particular person that you are wanting to channel or just whoever I bring through?
Either Bonnie Galloway or Justin Sladen.
Okay, okay, okay. Let me see what I can get for you, my friend. Give me just a moment here. Now, um, sometimes I will pull cards if I feel drawn, so I'm just seeing if I need to. But ultimately, I will just connect with my gifts. But I do want to ask before I start my readings, I am very drawn to names. I'm very drawn to numbers, and after my podcast, I hop on my Facebook mini medium, and I provide free readings for a couple hours. And sometimes these numbers and names I get will connect to someone on there. Sometimes it's on my podcast. So the number that I've been seeing today is the number 47. And 47 is a very odd number, very big number. So this for me is going to be the age of 47. This can also be April 7th, if there's a date of April 7th. Occasionally, this can be the month of April and the month of July that would connect to the loved one. So, with that said, do you connect with that in any way with these two loved ones or any loved ones for that matter?
No, not really. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay, that's okay. No worries then. I just want to make sure. I'm sure that um, on my event tonight on my Facebook, it will definitely someone will be like, oh, yep, that's it. I also kept hearing the name Rick, or like Ricardo, which I just thought I'd throw that out there too. So I don't know if you connect. And do you connect with that name?
That's actually my dad. Yeah, that's my dad's name.
Oh, okay. Is Dad still here in the physical, or is Dad passed?
Yeah, he's passed.
Okay. All right, my friend. Your dad has been with me all day today. And this is why we have met. This is why that you called and why you've been kind of given to me. I know you want to connect with your other two that you mentioned. I've done this 27 years, and I wish I could. I wish I could control who comes through. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. So, can I tell you some things that I'm getting from your dad? Are you open to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the
the first thing really that I'm feeling, and now the 47, please keep in mind that is connecting with your dad in some way and or you. So like I said, the age of 47, um, or born in 1947. This is kind of how they connect. Um, I'm going to quiet my mind for a moment. I want to hear what he may be bringing through. Um, okay. Okay. Your dad is showing me. I'm having some issues with my valves in my heart, and I'm getting pain right through my lungs as well, through the chest. Do you connect that with dad? Did he have issues with the heart?
No, but my stepdad just had a heart surgery.
Ah, okay, okay. Now, our loved ones on the other side will validate what we are experiencing here in the physical. So, your dad could be mentioning this is your stepdad. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And so he could just be mentioning that he sees the father figure in your life, um, having had some issues with the heart and the struggle there. Um, now, okay. Um, okay. Um, your dad, I keep hearing him say he's referring to you as my princess. He says, "This is my princess." And what I find is interesting is um, he's referring to you, but then I also see a smaller child, a younger little girl. Do you have children?
Yeah. I was talking about my daughter.
He is talking about your daughter. Yes, he's saying my princess, and then he shows me your daughter. Um, and he says he wishes he had some more time with her. He didn't have time to bond with her. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and then he says to tell you he's sorry he failed you. He says I failed you, and I'm so sorry I failed you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And okay, and uh, he says that he understands why you're so upset, why you're so angry with him, and he says it's okay. I understand. He says that you have every right, he says. And then he says that he tries to connect with you, but you struggle to feel him because of this anger or this, this disconnect with him. And he says that he is there, and he says you're connecting to coins, but with the wrong soul. And he's laughing. Do you do
What's
you
that
find
mean?
coins? Do you find coins?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Your dad's laughing and saying, "No, no." He says, that is not them. That is me." He's laughing. He's like, "You're connecting to the wrong dead person." And that's how your
Okay.
dad is saying it. He says that
Oh.
he said he's leaving the coins for you, and to watch for those and know that that is him. Um, and he also has boy, I can smell leather. I can smell leather. Did he wear leather?
Um.
Or,
Yeah, probably. Probably a leather Raiders jacket.
yes. Okay. Perfect. Do you know where this jacket is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. That's okay. I feel he's referring to the clothing and the leather that he wore, but this was something of kind of his pride and joy, because, and so just wondering, who has it or what happened to it. I mean, regardless, he's okay with it, but just wanting to mention this as something that he loved. Um, and he's making my head hurt just now. Did he have head injury or something to his head?
Not that I know of. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. This can also be my connection with if he did struggle with depression, anxiety, and not just, I don't mean to say, not just maybe a regular everyday stress, depression, but overly, he struggled with. But he's mentioning the head, and I can't ignore that. So maybe something that may connect later. But and then he shows me. Okay, your little one, your daughter. He's showing me. She at one point was connecting with him. And saying like Papa and talking to him or connecting with him. Have you ever noticed that with her?
My boyfriend had recently said something about her saying something about my dad. So yeah, I believe that had happened.
Absolutely, my friend. And your dad's just now validating it. This is what he's bringing up. So know that your dad wants you to know and trust your boyfriend when he says, she was talking about your dad. He was there and he was interacting with your daughter.
Oh, wow.
And yes, yes. And I don't know if you have do you have a security system or a baby monitor that has the screen on it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
cameras and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, boy, I'll tell you, your dad's a talker, but let me tell you, I've got like less than a minute. My producer said, but watch those cameras. Your dad is on them. And then if you would like, my friend, here in an hour on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, please head over there. And I would love to continue this for you and do another free reading if you're interested.
Thank you so much.
Okay. You're so welcome. And I appreciate you calling in and trusting me to connect with your dad. And I can't wait to see what more we get.
Thank you so much.
Okay. You're welcome. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. All right, guys. Woo, time goes by. I told you the messages were crazy and intense. So I cannot wait till next week. I'll see you guys spending love and light. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm delighted to be here today on the A1R Psychic Radio Network in Lightning TV and Moonstruck TV. Yep, we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So that's something that you should be aware of if you're not already. And there's lots of ways to get in contact with us. And if you heard our promo, you probably got a lot of information there. You can contact me at john@johncapello.com. So what we do here on the psychic side is we talk about things that are metaphysical. And I've been introducing some people that I work with throughout Texas and through the travels that I have, that I make throughout this region of the southern part of the United States. And today I'm delighted to have a gentleman with us who's well known in the Houston area, also in the Austin area, I would think. And his name is Shannon Ogg, and I think you can see him there, or at least I hope you can. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to introduce Shannon to you. I've known Shannon for several years, and it's always been a delight to know him and hear what he has to say. And today we're going to get a little bit more in depth into what he does and how he got started in all this. So Shannon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, good. Thank you so much for joining me today on our program. I want to just introduce you and then let you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got started. I know you had a long career, and so just tell us how you got started, how you came to realize your metaphysical, psychic, and healing gifts. And I'll just turn it over to you for a few minutes.
Well, I think, John, I think all of my life I've had abilities. You know, as a child, I guess I've seen things and done things, and as you know, getting up in a teenager and everything, it kind of just shut itself off. And then I went into the military, went to the Gulf War and came back, and I had a very horrific car accident, and I went to the other side and visited with God for a little while. And when I came back, everything was turned on. I mean, you know, if you want to talk about like get the culture shock, it was like, boom, I see people, I taste, I smell, everything was on. And so it was like a big
awakening. Yeah.
A big awakening.
Yeah. That's amazing.
No choice at that point. It was like, and I was so upset at the paramedic for bringing me back. I actually made him cry because it was so beautiful over there. I didn't want to come back. I was so happy about being there. And as the years, this was in 1995. So as the years have went on, I even more refined and the knowledge and everything that comes through and how it works. And I become more, it's my life now. It's just like you, it's your life now. We don't know no different now.
Yeah. So do you, would you consider yourself a clairvoyant or I know you consider yourself a healer, but where do your gifts lie? Or do they lie in all the psychic senses? Or you just do mediumship, or how would you describe your gifts?
Like when I do a reading or I'm working with somebody, I feel, see, hear, taste, smell. Like if somebody smoke, I can smell it. If they drank, I can taste it. A lot of the experiences that I have during this session, even their personalities, everything that occurs with me. So it's kind of a fun experience. It's but most people would call me a medium. But it's more than that to me, for in my experience of it. So.
So, but you do healing too. What modality do you normally use for your healing? You
Well,
have your own, or do you use Reiki, or what?
Well, I started with Reiki. Reiki is like the foundation that I started with because I didn't know anything about anything at the time. And that's where I started. And now I kind of do my own, because when you come and see me to do a healing, I'm actually listening to your people, your guides, and they help me through the session, whether I'm doing shamanic work, whether I'm doing some starseed work, working with somebody in a bigger picture than just.
So when someone gets a reading for you, you kind of tailor it to their needs. Is that what you're saying? Or so you might use shamanic work and with one person, but use another modality with another?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes they just give me the information, or they show me, like they may open their records and let me see it in that place. So I start healing it from many layers of their experience, not just their physical body, because we can heal something in the physical body, but it can come back when we don't energetically clear it all the way out, and vice versa. If we're clearing it energetically and we don't take care of the body, we can go back into that same place again. So
what you're saying is it's kind of a two-way street then. When you do healing, you can facilitate the energy, but it takes the person who's receiving to kind of follow through, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yes, they have to be and take their own responsibility. I mean, in any type of healer, even when you get information for somebody and you say, hey, I would suggest you go get checked out at the doctor, and they don't follow up and they have a heart attack or something, then they say, well, why didn't no, that's their responsibility. When we give them information, it's their responsibility to make the doctor's appointment. And it's the same way with doing healing. It's like we can start the healing process and get everything blocked and cleared and bring back what needs to be and change the energy. But the person also has to have responsibility for their healing experience.
I know a lot of people come to me for that reason. They want to either validate whether or not they have illness or something, and some people don't want to accept that they're an illness. But I tell them I can only give them what I feel or what comes to me, and it's their job to follow up on it. So it's good to, I think, get a metaphysical validation of a situation, but it's always good to use a combination of what we do and what you do, and the medical field, the Western work as well.
Yeah, I have several doctors that will refer their patients to me, especially if they can't find something wrong with them. Neurologists and different people that, and they'll send them, and then I start doing my work, and we start seeing what's going on, and then I'll even refer back to the doctor and say, hey, this is what I saw, this is what I'm, and then they can take it from there.
Yeah. So what's the name of your organization? Is it Mystic House? Is that it, or
the Mystic's Corner?
Mystic's Corner. And what do you do at Mystic's Corner?
We do many different things. Let's see. We do the healings, the readings. We teach a lot of classes. One of my greatest passion is to help people be in their most authentic self, and to find and clear those parts of us that keep us from that, so that you can play full out, that you can be in your most powerful space. So we teach classes around that. So anywhere from, like, I do a mentorship class because I have a lot of people that want to mentor with me, and I can't, you can't have 15 people in with one client. So on 1 weekend a month, I set aside for that, and anybody can join at any time. Like this past month, we just did on intuition and teaching how to really connect and get good evidence, good information, and really watch the people when they get it. They like, whoa, they got it. That experience.
Yeah. So you teach psychic development and you teach mediumship, or do you have a class schedule that you produce, or?
Yes, and you can go on our website. That's every month. My business partner, Jessica, she puts up everything. She's the one on the other side of the camera that you can't see. She doesn't like to be on cameras.
It's nice to have someone like that.
I'll do all the back stuff, and you do the stuff in front. You do all the talking. But yeah, if you can go on our website, she always has it updated. We're updating constantly, and so there's a lot of information, and we're going to be coming out with a lot of new things. I'm also trained in doing firewalking and team building and stuff like that. But since we live here in Texas, we can't even do a barbecue outside.
No, that's true. All these burn bans out right now. Yeah. So Shannon, do you have any books or meditations that you've produced right now?
No, we haven't. We do some YouTube videos and stuff. Actually, some of that is in the works, actually.
Yeah.
That you
okay, Jessica. Jessica. Get onto her. She's got to help you with that. But I know you appear at a lot of different events in the Houston area. You also go into Austin. Now, you were in Austin for a long time. Is that right?
Yes. I think for about 6 years I lived in Austin and did a bit of work there. We're going to start traveling again in October. I think we're going to start in San Antonio and then go to Austin, Dallas, and then back to use. I guess I had to slow down a little bit because I did have some heart issues, and that got corrected. And now I'm ready to get back out there again and start, I guess, building my schedule up a little more than what it is.
Well, it's known that healers often can have heart issues because they're givers and they send all this healing energy out, and sometimes you aren't able to bring that back in, and you get open to negativity. And I see that with my chakra photos that I do, and I see people, I go, oh, you must be a healer. And a lot of people do it just naturally without hanging their shingle, so to speak. But when someone like you is out there, you do it on a regular basis, and it's important to protect yourself. And sounds like you've made an effort to do that with by getting your heart issue taken care of. So I'm so glad that you did that. What else would you like people to know about you? I know that you are a mentor to several people because you have quite a following in the Houston area, and people just flock to you when you're over there.
Yeah, that's kind of it kind of, I don't know, John. Sometimes it's like, oh, for real? Well, I get so humbled. I'm very person. I am a very humble person because I love everybody, and I love everybody in the metaphysical world. And when I do the shows and things, it's like, the list fills up. It's just like yours, the list fills up, and then it's like, okay, I'm very humbled by this. It's like, okay, God, what do you got in store here? For us, what it would, we're going to start really getting out there more. You're going to start seeing some more video work, and actually we've been talking about doing a book about my life and my journey and how I got this seeing through my eyes, because sometimes, and you can say, John, sometimes our world becomes a little bit different, okay, a lot different than most people, because we have to walk on faith sometimes, and we walk, and Spirit says, okay, this is where you're going, this is what you're doing, or they'll just close the door on you, and you're going, okay, well, what are we doing next?
That's why I call the show The Psychic Side, because there's so many things that happen to psychics, and our perception of the world can be so different than the practical people, the skeptics. And I find it interesting that my perceptions of things are so different than other people, and then I have to stop and think, oh well, they're looking at it from a solely practical point of view, and I'm looking at it from a larger or a bigger perception, and sometimes it gets me in trouble, because people think I'm aloof. And I don't mean to be aloof. I just
I can relate to that too. It's like, no.
So that's why, I like to bring people that kind of share that same, reality onto the program, because our reality is very valid. And I think that if you get too practical in life and don't try to open up or be aware of other perspectives, that you get kind of stuck.
Yes.
And people don't are not able to expand their world or understand other people if they just look at it from just one ideology or just one point of view. It's kind of like being able to walk in other people's shoes and gain some perception of them. So it's an interesting lifestyle. And how long did you say you've been doing this? Since 1995?
Yeah, that's when I got turned on. So I've been doing this for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Some time. And so like you were saying about people living in a certain way, that's why I love to teach. I love teaching, because I love to teach people, and maybe they're touching a crystal and they feel the crystal for the first time. They open up and feel it, and they go, whoa, whoa. They have this aha moment that this crystal that's in their hand is actually alive and moving and vibrating, and it's And then when we turn them off, and there's like, don't have anything on it, there's no energy there, and they're going, whoa.
Well, so many times people will tell me, oh, I don't feel anything. But for me, it's just that they're not paying attention.
Correct.
Because rose quartz has a different energy than amethyst.
Yes.
And fluorite has an energy that's different. And from my perspective, we're attracted to crystals. You brought up crystals. We're attracted to the crystals because they present an energy that we need.
Yes. And crystals, if you look at crystals, is used in just about everything. Your cell phone, computers, everything. It's a way to transmit of information through. And that's why in the actual human anatomy, in the hierarchy or where we're going, that's why we're going back to the crystalline body. You'll see even more of that as we're moving into these higher energies that we go. They're going to start seeing a little more of the crystalline energies in our physical bodies. And that's what my peeps, I know that's kind of like, but the woo-woo stuff, but that's what my people tell me and show me, and they said that's the evolution of back where we're coming back from, because it is a way that the human body begins to communicate or vibrate or have the frequency that comes through. And you'll see that more and more as we go through this journey, our experience here on this earth walk that we're doing.
Well, we are made of elements from the earth, water and silica and those sorts of things. because of our complex organization of it. That's what we are. So Shannon, what do you have a favorite crystal?
My favorite is actually a quartz crystal, but I have a crystal skull that came to me, and that is one of my favorite crystal skulls. I call her Skywalker. And I was in Arkansas going to dig some crystals, and I was in a rock shop, and I kept hearing this voice, "Hey, hey."
People think we're crazy with that when we hear crystals speaking to us, but a lot of times, like with crystal balls, they say that there's a spirit that each one of them has around it, and they communicate with us, and they tell us their name, and it's said that the custodian of the crystal finds them. And have you heard that before?
Oh, yes. And so I'll give a short story. She kept on, and I picked her up, and it had $1,600 on the skull. And I'm like, oh, you're not coming home with me. So for 3 nights after that, I kept having dreams go back and offer a certain amount. And finally, my friend that was with me said, okay, we'll go. And he said, if they take that, I'll pay for it. Well, she came out of the store with me for that price because I told him. Yes, I told him the price, and the guy called. It was on consignment. I called the guy that owned Skywalker, and said, "Hey, that's exactly what I need to fix my air conditioner."
So he took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well,
my friend,
for him, and his time for being the custodian was over.
Yeah.
And it's your time to now take that crystal and work with the crystal, and both of you grow from it. But there will be another custodian of that crystal after you're gone.
Yeah. Now she's been with 5 of the 13 skulls. She's been to when the eagle and a condor dance together here on the Hopi land. She's been to several high ceremonies over the years. So I have a very partial, I guess, to quartz crystal.
Quartz crystal. Now, is that crystal, was it carved? Is it a carved crystal? Was it from Brazil or from China, or do you know?
One of my friends who does the crystal, she said it's from Brazil, but it's a little bit older. The artist that did it is no longer alive. So, so
that's amazing. Yeah. Now you mentioned, was that a Native American tribe you mentioned, or do you ever work with Native American energy?
Oh yes. I'm been Peruvian shaman trained and Native American trained. But I went to the Gathering of the Elders and the Eagle and the Condor, and that's one of the predictions or the prophecies when the Eagle and Condor dance together. The prophecies come, and up onto the Hopi Nation, they danced it. So I got to her in the circle. So yeah, beautiful experience.
Quite interesting. Yeah.
I have a lot of those kind of interesting things. It's like I got to study and for a whole month in Hawaii, swimming with the dolphins and the reactions of the human body energy field on the body using the GDV or gas discharge visualization or curling photography, whichever way you want to put it.
Oh yes, I do that.
The effects on the human body from swimming with the dolphins, their echoes and everything, their sonar, are their and how it is. And so we did 21 days, but there were 30 days. I got to study with Emoto with water, and using the GDV, how it affects, how it moves. Actually, not to say much, but some of the pictures that you see of the water droplets, those are mine that you see in the books and stuff. Those are actually my photography that was taken. My research is done.
So you do photography as well.
They take screenshots of them, you know, of the photo of the water and the water droplets. And so they were having me do some samples of it at an event in Taos. And they actually took those photos. And I was like, okay, whatever, you know, the screenshots of it.
Well, that's great. We only have a couple more minutes left. Do you have anything coming up that you'd like to tell the audience that you would like for them to participate in, or you just want to give them your email address so that they can contact you, or what would, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share with anyone?
Absolutely. They can go to our website, which is themysticscorner.com. We have everything posted up there. Some of the events that we do have coming up is we're going to have a spirit walk on the 22nd, which will be for the equinox that's coming up, which is a Native American healing group healing. So it's going to be at Indigo Moon here in Houston, Texas. It's by donation. It starts at 7.
Okay, great. That's good.
Last thoughts. Always live in your most authentic self and be who you are, and don't stray away from it. Let the universe guide you, and it will always be an amazing journey.
Good. Well, thank you so much for being here today. We only have a little bit of time left, but I'd like to thank our audience for joining us today. And of course, I always like to thank our sponsor, Miracles of Joy in Louisville, Texas. That's a place for you to go, Shannon, if you want. They have an online store, and use their promo code PS0223 to get a big discount. So next week, we're going to resume our ordinary programming. I'm going to be talking a little bit more about some archangels, giving you information that you may not know. And then I'll be bringing on some other guests here soon as well. But for me, I'm going to be taking a break for this holiday weekend, and then we are back off to East Texas and then Fort Worth for those psychic fairs, and we'll keep you informed. But that's about it for us today. So be sure to join us here every Tuesday at 5 o'clock Eastern here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. Check us out on Moonstruck TV too. It's a lot of fun to watch the program, the video of the program. And be sure to like my Facebook page. It's just John Capello Psychic. So once again, thank you all very much for being with us today. I'm John Capello, your host, and this is The Psychic Side. So take care. Bye-bye, everyone.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda and the Hall site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What a fantastic week it's been around this amazing planet of ours. Look, I know that we've still got fires raging in many continents around the world, and my heart goes out to those people, particularly in Hawaii where, you know, the death toll is still counting, and then we've got it over in Europe and around the Mediterranean. It just seems to me to be unmistakable how people can still sort of deny that global warming is a real thing. But anyway, that's another topic for another day. So I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're enjoying the end of the season, whether you're here in Australia and we're enjoying the end of winter, or if you're in the Northern Hemisphere and you're enjoying the end of summer. It's signifying that, you know, the year is creeping by. Before we know it, we'll be getting the Christmas decorations out and, you know, another year's bitten the dust. But anyway, this week we're going to focus on the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Judgment card. Now, the Judgment card is a fairly ambiguous card. People look at this card and say, well, what on earth does this mean? Does it mean, is it my last judgment? Am I about to pass away and leave this planet? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It's decisions pending finality. Now, when we've got a decision that's pending finality, it means it's the final decision. We might have tossed and turned about the decision, but the decision is final. So the decision pending finality, the only decision that can be made under the circumstances. Now, I'm sure like me, you've been many times in your life where you've struggled with a decision that you have to make. You're running out of time. You've only got a couple of minutes or a couple of hours, and you've got to make this decision. And you've tossed it backwards and forwards in your mind, and you come to the conclusion it may not be the decision you hoped you could make or the one that you would have liked to have made, but you know it's the only one that can be made under the circumstances. It's the best option for everybody concerned. That's what this card means. So for it to come out as the card of the week, it means many of us are going to be facing a fairly big decision, something that's been weighing us down for quite some time. It's not just been something for a couple of hours, something that we've given a lot of thought to, and that we've come to the conclusion that this is the only decision or the only choice that we can make moving forward. So it is a powerful card. It is part of the major arcana. It's not a card to be dismissed if it comes out in a reading, because it means it is serious. It's a major decision that you have to make, and it's something that most of the time we don't like to use the word life-changing, but it can come into that category of a life-changing choice or decision. So please, if you've got a major decision to make in the next few days or the next week, make sure that you've considered all the options before you sort of say, right, that's the only decision I can make under the circumstances. I'm comfortable with it, and it's the best decision I can make. So this week we're moving into the astrological section. I mean, each week I say it seems to get bigger and more exciting and different and whatever, and it does seem to be that way. I mean, I've been studying or working with astrology for over 40 years, and I don't think I've known such an exciting period as far as transiting astrology of the things that influencing our lives at the moment just seem to be very illuminated and very powerful. So we've got the last couple of days of the sun in Leo before the sun moves into Virgo for its 12-monthly transit there. So the sun is really sort of enjoying the last little peekaboo, I suppose you could say, the grand finale on the stage, taking the last bows before it moves into Virgo. So we've got the sun's, you know, remaining in Leo for the next couple of days. So the fire signs have got their last little hurrah. That's Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is going direct at the moment, which is good news. We like it when Mercury is going direct. Is actually conjunct or holding hands Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet of action, but it's also the planet of drive. It's where our ego comes from. It's where our motivation comes from. It's what gets us out of bed of a morning. So Mercury, the planet of communication, feels very comfortable sitting in Virgo because it rules Virgo, and it likes things to be just so. You know, it likes everything to be articulate, very clear, very concise. Don't fluffy it up. Just give me the facts. And that's how Virgo likes it. Now, Virgo is holding, Mercury is holding hands with Mars in Virgo at the moment. So there could be some real major breakthroughs when it comes to communication. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you've got some important conversation or some important communication that needs to be shared at the moment, whether it be by verbally, telephone, cell phone, email, SMS, text message, or any other modern device of ways that we send or communicate these days, then this is it. Now, it could be that the person or persons that are going to receive this are not necessarily got their listening ears on and their looking eyes on. Maybe they're glancing over the top of it or not listening to the conversation, saying, yeah, I understand, but they're only half there. Well, if that's the case, Mars is going to turn around and give them a slap around the ear hole and say, listen here, you've got to start listening or looking and understanding what the message is that's being shared with you, particularly if it's of an important nature. This is not the time to be sort of preoccupied and looking somewhere else. This is the time where you really do have to listen or understand what's being communicated with you, because it is of great importance. It not necessarily is it always going to be life-changing, but it is an important piece of information that you do need to absorb and understand and act upon. We also have Jupiter, the planet of expansion, luck and opportunity, is sitting in Taurus at the moment, and he's enjoying his little stay there. Jupiter sits in a sign for approximately 12 months at a time. Now, he's making a very interesting aspect that we don't often talk about here on the show, which is known as a square. So a square means there's limitations, there's restrictions, there's work to be done here. So Jupiter here is sitting in Taurus, is making a square or a 90-degree angle to Venus, the planet of love and affection, sitting in Leo. Now, Jupiter wants to expand everything out. It wants to sort of encourage us to sort of explore our horizons, look at which in ways that we can improve our personal well-being, we can improve our personal finances, that we can start to take care of ourselves in a bigger, grander, more important sort of way. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with having big dreams and, having the ability to maybe try and make these big dreams a reality. But when you've got a square here, it's saying, now, hang on a minute, err on the side of caution. Things aren't going to go always as easily as you expect them to. Expect that there may be a couple of little hurdles to overcome here. There may be a few oppositions or restrictions here that you need to process and get through. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection. Now, Venus is sitting in Leo. So Venus is saying, but I want to do it in a very proud, dramatic, dynamic sort of way. After all, the world is my stage. I can do anything that I really want to do. And it's not necessarily saying that you can't achieve these things and you can't achieve big dreams. What it's saying is just make sure that you do it in a way that is toned down a little bit. Make sure that you've covered your bases well. Make sure that you've got a good foundation underneath you. If you're launching something new, make sure that everything's in place. Then, of course, go out there and sort of say, look at me, aren't I fantastic, and demonstrate to the world how amazing you are. But make sure you've got a good, solid foundation underneath you first. I think that's the important thing, that we need to make sure that we have a good, solid foundation there. Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, I sort of relate it to like the Tower card in the tarot. It's like the bolt of lightning hitting the ground that's coming out of nowhere. It's taking us by surprise, good, bad, or indifferent. So Uranus is making a beautiful aspect. It's known as a trine to Mercury and to Mars. Now, Uranus, as I just said, is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, of happenings, things that are happening very quickly. Now, Uranus has been sitting in Taurus now for some years, still going to be there for quite some time yet. So Uranus is trying to create the opening of stability here. It's trying to sort of say that, look, there's many, many things that can happen in our lives, but we have to try and make sure that we work with the unexpected, the unpredictable of the nature of how I work. Even though I'm sitting in Taurus, which likes predictability, likes stability, likes things to be stable, likes to make decisions slowly, Uranus doesn't always allow us to do that. Now, with the trine here to Mercury, which is the planet of communication, so there's going to be some sudden communication. Hopefully it's going to be good, because that's what a trine would indicate, that there's going to be a major breakthrough in communication somehow. And also, this is also conjunct Mars, the planet of action. So we've got a double-edged sword here on the planet, of things moving very, very suddenly, with Uranus at one end of the trine and Mars at the other end in Virgo, sort of saying, okay, we've got communication and action happening in Virgo, which is articulate, is very much making sure that we've got all our I's dotted and our T's crossed. But Uranus is saying, I'm going to make this happen very, very quickly. So if you've been waiting on some communication or some decisions or some answers, whether it be financial or legal or just some changes in your life, then it could very well happen in this next week, because Uranus here is stirring everything up. It's creating things to happen. We're getting some fast results, and it should go in your favour. I'm saying should, just because it's a trine doesn't mean every single person is going to experience it in a positive way. Sometimes things have to be negative to clear the garbage out of our lives and to clear the pathway so that then the end result can be positive, but it doesn't always start out that way. Sometimes it starts out being sort of quite stressful and not what we wanted, and thinking, oh, well, that wasn't how I wanted it to be. But then when we progress through the situation or the issue, in time we see that this was actually a better result than what we'd been hoping for. Had we stayed on the original course, we may not have got as much out of the deal or the opportunity as we could have done, because Uranus came along and, you know, tipped everything upside down, but did it in a way that it cleared the pathways for a much, much better result, which is good. So, you know, if you've got communication that you've been waiting on, or an answer you've been waiting on because you've applied for a loan or whatever the case may be, if it's not necessarily good news to begin with, take it in your stride and say, okay, there's got to be another solution here. There's got to be another answer. This is happening for a reason, because I'm going to get a better result than what I first thought. So work with the energy, don't work against it. You know, we can all get frustrated at times and have, say, a few choice words, and that's okay. But then pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and look for an alternative solution would be my suggestion here. We also have Pluto, the planet of transformation, and doing his little dance in Capricorn, which he will be doing until early part of 2024. Now, I know I've been talking about Capricorn probably as long as I've been on this show, but Pluto is such a really major change for the whole world. And he's been in Capricorn for such a long time now, since 2007, 2008. And his role has been to bring things out into the open, to make governments more transparent, to bring things out into the open, things that we might not have necessarily considered urgent before. We've had to sort of bring things out so that people can see them out of the darkness into the light and start to sort of change their thinking. And global warming comes under this heading. You know, we used to talk about it, but we never talked about it in an urgent fashion as we are now. As we're starting to see the world changing, we're seeing weather events, things like that, once in 100-year floods happening every 12 months, every 2 years, instead of once in 100 years. They're happening more frequently. We've got more fires around the world. We've got more snow events. We've got more rain events. We've got more of everything. We do need to sit up and take notice. We can't just leave it for the next generation to try and sort out. We've got to start to take action now. That's one area that Pluto's been really, really hammering down our throats, to sort of try and make us realise that we have an opportunity to make changes. And if there was one thing, that positive thing that came out of the world shutdown with COVID, was nature started to repair itself. You know, the animals were distressed and upset because we humans weren't there to interact with them. But in another way, there was a calmness there with nature, that everything was sort of just taking a little breath, was having a little rest. Maybe, I'm not saying we need another pandemic to make that happen, but maybe we need to learn some of the lessons from that how the world and nature did respond when we all had to stay at home, and we all had to sort of sit there and contemplate our navel and wonder what was next in our lives and where we were going from here. So we can all play our part as Pluto starts to end its reign in Capricorn. It's asking each and every one of us to see whether or not there's anything that we can contribute to the world stage. Is there some little thing that we can start to do to help with global warming? If you've never done recycling, now may be the time to get that recycling bin and start doing things like that. Start saying no to extra packaging and things like that when you shop. All those little things might seem little, but if each person takes a little step, then it becomes a major step forward for mankind. And we all need to do that. Look, I'm, pretty ancient now, and I can remember when I was a little kiddo, you didn't go to the supermarket or the market and buy a packet of cookies or biscuits, and they were wrapped up in pretty packaging with beautiful, colourful pictures on the front and cellophane and, nicely presented. You went in and you bought them from the local grocer. and he put them in a bag, in a paper bag out of a big tin here in Australia. So maybe we need to get back to some of those sort of things and refuse this very fancy, expensive packaging that just ends up in landfill. We all just obliviously buy things with our eyes, throw it in the trolley. Well, if we went back to something like that where things were in plain packaging, I'm sure we all know what a biscuit or a cookie looks like, or a packet of something. We don't need a colour photo on a cardboard package or a cellophane package to tell us what's inside the package. Just my thought for the week. Anyway, we're going to take our first caller, and it's Tia in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Are you there, Tia? I'm sorry to pronounce your name incorrectly, sweetie.
Oh, you're fine. It's Tia.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Tia?
I don't have a specific question. However, I would like to ask I have a general.
Yeah, sure.
Something general, like a general reading.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I just usually ask if there's a question so that, because we've got such a limited time on the show, that I make sure I answer what you phoned into the show for. First thing that they're showing me, do you feel as if your life has gone through a little bit of a pause recently? It's like, finally I can exhale. It's like I had a really, really tough couple of years where I didn't seem to have time for me. Now they're sort of showing me there's a little bit of lull in your life at the moment, and this is for you to catch your breath here before we sort of move on to a very, very busy period again. So it's a good time, I think, to sort of just allow yourself to either catch up on some jobs around the house that you haven't had time to do, or just do something indulgent. Take yourself on a vacation, do something for you before we get ready for this next busy period. So in 2024, are you looking to make some new changes in your life? Are you looking to sort of make some changes around the house, or maybe even potentially move? Because they're showing me a question mark around where you're living.
Interesting.
Okay, well, that's what they were showing me. Doesn't mean you have to move, but they were showing me that there was either going to be changes, and that can be renovations, or there could be, the decisions, particularly around March next year, where you're looking at, is this where I want to be? Is this where I want to be for the next 5 to 10 years, or is it time to make a decision or a choice now? It's interesting because I also sort of feel that whatever changes you've made health-wise, and I'm not a medical practitioner and I'm not giving medical advice, but what I'm suggesting to you is whatever changes you've made in your lifestyle, in your regimes in the last 6 to 12 months, keep it up, because your energy levels are starting to become really good again. It's like I feel like I'm a lot younger than what your chronological years are telling you. Sort of you look in the mirror and say, oh, yeah, I've got a few wrinkles and this, that, and the other. But physically wise, you're jumping out of your skin. There's more energy there. There's clarity in thinking. Things are certainly on an upward swing for you. So whatever changes you made, I want you to continue it, because it's really, really working, and that's good. Also, too, I feel that there's been not necessarily a change of friendships, but sort of more, I'm putting them into categories now. There's people that I want to continue to grow a friendship with or connection with, and then there's others that, look, I wouldn't be bothered if they disappeared out of my life. It's sort of like we don't have much in common anymore. That's also just indicating major changes in your life, because when we're going to come to a major turning point in our lives, we not so much we overanalyze, but we analyze every area of our life. It's like we pick everything up, look it over, turn it over, put it down, pick it up again, have another look at it. And friendships come into the same category. It's just an indication to me that we're ready to move into a new, different phase in your life, and not everything can go with you. It's like we need to sort of pick and choose what we need to take with us, and that includes friends. So I hope that's helped you, Taylor, with your reading. So we're going to talk with Kathy now in Norwalk in California. Are you there, Kathy?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Kathy?
Well, it seems like me and my mom and my brother, we just can't catch like a good break. I don't know, like we want to move like really bad, but we're not sure how to do it right now, because we've been, it's hard for us right now.
No, I'm sorry to hear that, Kathy. It's always difficult when you know in yourself that it's time for a change or it's time for a move, and yet the universe is not accommodating. It's there's not enough money, or you haven't found the right place to move to, or there's other restrictions, other blockages in our lives that are preventing you from doing that. It's interesting because as you were talking to me and sharing with me your question, they were showing me the symbol of change, transformation, and opportunity coming up. But I also had question marks around that, of whether or not this is actually the right time, that we should be trying to push for this change. I'm not saying that a move isn't inevitable, that it will happen, but I'm not sure that it's going to happen just now. I think you're a little bit ahead of where the universe wants you to be. It's really, really interesting because psychically, I just got a waft of a really sweet smelling perfume. And when they give me something like that on a psychic level, that's usually that means that there's somebody in spirit that's really, really looking after you, that's looking down on you. Is there somebody that you can relate to in a passed over relative, that maybe a grandmother or an aunt or something, that used to wear a beautiful, sweet smelling perfume? Because if you can, that's who the message is coming from, that they're cradling you in their arms, that they're looking out for you and your mum and your brother, and they're sort of saying, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. It's just not quite the right time yet. Has your mum not been well?
Well, she just came out of a nursing home back in May. She has rheumatoid arthritis, but she's getting the care from us and from other help, like nurses and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So why did she come out of the nursing home? Did she not like it there? Was she not happy there?
Well, she's been in there a while and she wanted to come home. Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand her wanting to be with you children and be, to the things that are familiar. I can't imagine being, put into a situation like that where you've lost all your rights in a sense, haven't you? You can't just sort of say, I'm going to bed when you want to and do this. You've got to conform to the rules around you. It's interesting because I am seeing someone coming in that's going to help you facilitate this move. Now, I don't know whether that's connected to your mum's care or whether it's just, to me, it had an official feel around it. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean it very much in a positive way. There is help at hand and there will be a move, and there will be a move that will be appropriate for all the household members, like it'll be easy for your mum to get around and everything like that. Could you place who that person was in spirit with the perfume? Because they're wafting that perfume again in front of me, as if it's really important that you know who it is.
Mom, is it grandma maybe? It could be my mother's mom.
Okay, grandma. Yeah, that's what I felt. I knew it was an older lady, but it's not a strong perfume. It's a sweet smelling perfume. It's very comforting. And she's certainly very much around you all at the moment and taking care of you all. So, it's important to sort of just acknowledge that she is there, that, you have other people on the other side that are working hard for you. And yeah, she's telling me now that's who she is. Yeah, she's very excited that you've worked out who she is. And she's just so excited that she was able to get a message through. I don't know that when she was here on Earth that she sort of believed in the life hereafter, but she certainly believes in it now. And she's just so excited to come through. That's really lovely. So she's telling me to share with you, don't panic. There's changes coming. There will be a move or news of the move around October. So there's going to be somebody that's going to come forward that's going to give you a helping hand, that's going to enable this to happen and to be the right sort of place to be. And she's really pleased that you've got mum with you. She said mum wasn't happy where she was, and she keeps showing me that not necessarily is mum going to, go back to being 20, but she's certainly showing me more relief coming from mum's health issues, that, each day mum's getting stronger and less pain and, she's got a smile on her face, and that's good. Is your brother looking for a job, is he?
Excuse me?
Yeah, is he looking for work? Because they're showing me a new job. They're showing me new work.
Maybe my brother.
That's what I said. Is your brother looking for a job? Because they're showing me new work around him.
She hasn't said anything about it.
No, well, that might be a surprise, but anyway, there's a new job coming for him, which he's really happy about. And just know your grandma's watching over all of you. She's there with each and every one of you, and she's so proud of what you're doing. And she just says, just believe that everything's in hand. Things are going to start to get better. The first step to things getting better was you taking mum out of that facility and sort of, caring for your mum again. That was the first step in the right direction. And she's really proud of all of you. So it's good. Are you going to stay in California, though, or are you going to move a little bit further inland?
We want to stay in California.
Yeah, but I'm just sort of seeing, because I'm in Australia and I'm not sure, where exactly in California you are. But to me, you weren't going to move closer to the coast. You were going to move sort of more inland a little bit, but still in California, like 5 miles away or something like that. But it was a pretty place where you were going to. And life seems to be a lot less stressful. So that's all I can tell you, sweetie. That's where we've got to leave, Kathy. So we've come to the end of the show, and each week the show goes very, very quickly. This week, the song of the week was a no-brainer for me. Just before the show, I was watching the TV, catching up on the world events, and on came a segment about one of my ultimate favourite singers who was diagnosed with cancer 12 months ago. And it was a great shock here in Australia because we truly love this man, and we just lost Olivia Newton-John, and they were great friends, and I think the whole country went into a total state of shock there. We were trying to dry our eyes over Olivia, and then we got the news that John Farnham had mouth cancer. Well, today I'm pleased to announce that he's been cleared of cancer, and he is certainly going to revel in the success of. There's been a new movie made called Finding Your Voice, and John Farnham is now free of cancer. And I want to leave you with what I think is the most iconic song that John's ever sung, and relaunched his career 30 odd years ago now again for the next time. And it's called You're the Voice. And here in Australia, it's sort of like our unofficial national anthem, and even Coldplay have called it that when they were out here promoting, when we had many bad bushfires about 10 years or so ago, and they called John onto the stage to sing it with them. So I'm going to leave you with one of my ultimate favourites from John Farnham, and it's a really powerful song. It's a song that everybody can get behind. It's been featured in a number of movies throughout the years. It's called You're the Voice. So until next week, bye for now.
Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio. Now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.